Now on BBC One, further coverage and analysis of election 2005.
Good morning and welcome back to our Election 2005 studio here at the BBC Television Centre. We are going to be looking this morning at the causes and the consequences of the way the nation voted yesterday. With me, Professor Anthony King of Essex University, Andrew Marr, the BBC's political editor. Jeremy Paxman is over there with new guests. Fiona Bruce is up there giving us a summary of things as we go along. And Peter Snow is ready with more of those dazzling explanations of what it is we've done and why. Let's just have a look at what we know so far, which is pretty much with everything in. There's Northern Ireland, of course, to come. The projected seats. The forecast now is Labour on 356, 198 for the Conservatives, 62 for the Liberal Democrats, rather more than we thought when we first produced our exit poll. Otherwise, our exit poll was pretty impeccable, and 30 for other parties. So, Tony King, what do you make of this? It's a most fascinating election result. Very complex, different all over the country. That's the upshot.
Absolutely. There's been no election like this in this country since the 1920s. Results all over the place, regional variation, variation within regions. But the bottom line is that the Conservatives have failed to make it into number 10. They've failed to deprive Labour of its overall majority, and they've failed to make significant gains in terms of their share of the vote. Labour is back almost despite its own best efforts. If anybody has cause to be pleased, it's undoubtedly the Liberal Democrats, who have made really very considerable gains, even though they lost a scattering of seats.
Let's just have a look at the share. Is Labour 36%, 33% for the Conservatives, 22% for the Liberal Democrats, 9% for the others. It's the lowest share of a vote for a winning party almost ever, Andrew, isn't it?
It's a very, very grudging share of the vote in terms of the adult population of this country for a Prime Minister to come back with a workable majority. I think the bottom line is all the way through the campaign and before it, people were saying what the country would really like is Labour back, but they want all of Tony Blair's wing feathers clipped off. And Labour and many pundits were saying, well, that's all very well, but you can't do that. That's not on the ballot paper. That's not a possible result to sort of settle down and achieve. Well, lo and behold, that is in effect what's happened. Labour is back, but very severely chastened.
I mean, when we talk like this, nobody can go into the booth and say, I don't want Howard,
Exactly.
I want Tony Blair, I don't want him with quite those policies, and I want to say I'm against the Iraq war. You can't do it.
Nobody did it, but it happened.
Exactly. It's electoral magic, and what has happened, if you look at all those different variations, I think there's been an enormous amount of very, very shrewd tactical voting. People have, put to one side Labour candidates in all sorts of parts of the country. They haven't given the Conservatives the kind of lead that they were hoping for. That's, I think, one of the reasons why the Liberal Democrats have done so well, but not particularly against Conservative candidates. There was a lot of sophisticated movement around the country.
There was a very nice cartoon yesterday saying, but what if I vote Liberal Democrat tactically and get the Liberal Democrats?
Well,
how do you not vote tactically?
That's a question for another day. That's, they're second in a lot of constituencies now.
Let's just have a look at some of the main winners last night, or this morning, I should say, because they're celebrating their victories. George Galloway, Bethnal Green and Bow. Peter Law, that fascinating result in Blair Gwent. Peter Law, who objected to the imposition of all-women shortlists and took this seat, which is one of the safest Labour seats in South Wales. Stephen Twigg was a loser, the schools minister. We saw him looking pretty miserable at Enfield Southgate. And the Constitutional Affairs Minister, Christopher Leslie, in Shipley, lost his seat. Melanie Johnson, the Health Minister, was out in Welland and Hatfield. And, of course, Una King was thrown out of Bethnal Green and Bow in a particularly vicious battle between her and George Galloway. And Tim Collins, the Tory Shadow Education Secretary, Westmoreland and Lonsdale. Prime Minister says Iraq's been a divisive issue. I hope we can unite again and look to the future. And Peter Hain has just been on record saying that he thinks it's going to clip their wings in terms of what they can do. Michael Howard, a real advance towards our recovery. The task which faces us in the next Parliament is to complete that. And Charles Kennedy, the era of three-party politics right across the UK is now with us. Briefly, agree with
Yes,
Kennedy?
I
Yes?
do.
Yes.
Yes, OK. The counting is going on in Northern Ireland. It doesn't start until today, and already in Belfast they've begun the count there. And Maxine Mawhinney, I think, is watching that going on. When do you expect the first results, Maxine, to come in? And do you have any indication of, or perhaps tell us about the tight-run battles they're going to be, the close-run things?
Well, first results, David, we expect to be West Belfast sometime mid-afternoon, around about 4 o'clock, but that won't be a surprise result, of course. That's Jerry Adams. He would be a shoo-in for that seat. That would be an upset if anything happened there. I'm in Belfast City Hall, and this is the counting centre for the 4 Belfast seats. 18 seats in all across the province. I think we can show you the counting live. First time we've been able to do that for a Westminster election from here. The big shocks that we're looking out for today. David Trimble, the Ulster Unionist leader, the former First Minister, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. He's under attack in his constituency of Upper Bann by the DUP. He could lose his seat. He would probably have to resign if he does. And then up in Foyle, now that's the home of the SDLP. John Hume held that seat since 1984. Mark Durkan, his successor, now under serious threat from Sinn Féin's Mitchell McLaughlin. Those are the 2 big seats we'll be looking at, but we'll also be taking an overview of the province as a whole. Will the split unionist vote make any difference? And what are the issues people have been voting for here? Well, there is really only one, the peace process, the future of it. David, back to you.
That battle between SDLP and Sinn Féin in Londonderry or Derry was particularly bitterly fought, wasn't it?
It has been, and the interesting thing about it is that in the last Westminster election, Mark Durkan had over 11,000 of a majority. However, the Assembly elections, which many of the viewers remember changed the political landscape here, that went down to 2,000. Sinn Féin have been working hard on the streets, right up to the very last minute. But there is another element to this, the DUP. There are a couple of thousand DUP voters in that area, and if they vote for the SDLP, Mark Durkan could just make it. Of course, it's a protest vote to keep Sinn Féin out.
Well, Maxine, thanks very much. Well, we'll obviously be keeping tabs, though the results don't come in until much later this afternoon, on the results in Northern Ireland. Now, we're up in the skies above London this morning, clattering around, disturbing people down below with our helicopter, watching what's going to go on. I don't know whether we'll be able to see very much at this time. It's a nice sunny morning in London. You can see it's just towards 20 to 10. We're looking down at Big Ben at the far end of the House of Commons, and the new building on the right there with the offices, the very grand and extremely expensive offices of MPs that they all said they dearly needed and deserved. The Treasury behind, and further up on the left of Whitehall, number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister went earlier this morning. He'll be coming out from number 10 and going to have an audience of the Queen at Buckingham Palace later on this morning. Not something he has to do because he is Prime Minister, has been Prime Minister right through the election and remains Prime Minister, but the Queen, apparently we're told, is always happy to see her Prime Minister, and he wants to go down there. Mrs. Thatcher did the same thing, incidentally. So Buckingham Palace, and he'll be there to explain himself. And Andrew, how long, because presumably it's what's going through his mind already, will it be before he announces a reshuffle and his new posts? I mean, we hear David Blunkett, for instance, coming back in. Do you think he's going to make any major changes? Do you think he's going to clip John Prescott's wings? Because people were saying Blunkett was going to take half John Prescott's job.
John Prescott won't have his wings clipped at any price. I don't know. I think probably not, because with a smaller majority, he will be even more dependent upon John Prescott as the kind of guarantor of real Labourism in the government. I think there'll be a reshuffle today. I think it's...
Oh, really? As soon as that?
Well, I can't guarantee it. I've been talking around. People seem to be expecting that. If for 2 reasons only. One is that he has to have a reshuffle soon because of all the vacancies that we now have inside the government. And second, he doesn't want the story to be the clipping of his wings for any longer than necessary. A reshuffle is one way, an obvious way, of taking the agenda back and throwing it forward on his own terms.
So you think he had this reshuffle already written on the back of the postcard or not?
No, I don't. I mean, I think he's doing it now, and I think he'll do it during the course of the day. The story with Blair reshuffles is they tend to take a little bit longer than we expect. They're quite often quite complicated. He's not an elegant butcher, in the old phrase, and there may be some arguments around, in fact, I'm sure there'll be some arguments from cabinet members who don't want to move or don't want to be pushed to one side.
Let's just have a look at the other things we can expect today. I mentioned that, going down to the palace. We're expecting, we're going to be speaking to voters in Gateshead and Eastbourne. Michael Howard is going to speak in one of the London constituencies. We think it'll be Putney, and we'll cover that, of course. We'll see Tony Blair go to the palace round about 10:30, if it goes to form. Charles Kennedy has got stuck in fog in Scotland, is on his way down there to London on a regular flight, and will go to his party headquarters and speak there.
England, of course, is isolated.
England is cut off. And Tony Blair may well speak outside Downing Street. Anyway, whatever it is that happens, we've got cameras, so many cameras, you couldn't believe it, everywhere, so we shall follow everything. And we go to Downing Street now, though, and to James Landale. James, good morning.
Good morning.
Freezing in Downing Street, no doubt, as always.
Well, actually, we've just had one of those rare moments in Downing Street of a 10-minute window of sun when it just manages to get through the small gap at the end. So the hordes of cameras and cameramen here have been enjoying a small moment of sun on this cold morning here. The Prime Minister arrived back at 6:30 this morning. I have to say, very businesslike, stepped out of his car, straight into the door. None of the cheering, triumphalism, all the schoolgirls and schoolboys that were brought in for 1997. Not even a brief wave for the cameramen when they wished him happy birthday, because of course it is his birthday today.
Okay, well, are you going to be there all morning for us and watching the two comings and goings?
I am indeed. We're expecting the Prime Minister, as you say, the next activity is when he wakes up to go and see the Queen. Mid-morning, we're saying, but nothing more precise than that.
And Jonathan, do you have any idea whether we're going to see people, James, do we have any idea whether we're going to see people coming in and out as he changes his government, or will it all be done by telephone? I mean, there's sometimes in the past there have been rather good sights of people, you know, looking cheerful as they go in and coming out rather gloomy.
I think if he is going to give a job to David Blunkett, I think it would be the decent thing to allow David Blunkett to come into Downing Street in front of the hordes for his glorious return. Also, if there are any ministers who are departing, well, that tends to be done either on the telephone or the back door through the Cabinet Office on the other side. They can nip in there and see him personally. But we will see these people when they come in, but not, I think, for some time. As Andrew was saying just a minute ago, these things tend to be done on the back of an envelope on the day. The Prime Minister has a huge superstition about doing these things a little bit too early. Jonathan Powell, his Chief of Staff, would have been hovering around him yesterday up in Sedgefield saying, look, can you just look at a few lists? And he would have resisted that. So he'll be thinking about it properly, as Andrew was saying, today, and then we'll see some of the fruits of that we expect later on.
Do you think he rather enjoys reshuffling?
No, he hates it. Absolutely loathes it. It's one of the least likeable parts of his job, and that's why, as Andrew was saying, he tends to make an error of it. For example, remember the mistakes that were made over the sacking of Derry Irvine as Lord Chancellor. Essentially, what he wanted to do was to, instead of just sacking Derry Irvine, he wanted to say, well, look, we're not sacking you, Derry, we're just getting rid of the job. But then he made the mistake of not realising that it wasn't in his power to do it. There was legislation required, and we remember the confusion that followed from that.
James, thanks very much. Well, we'll come back to you soon. James Landale in Downing Street. Jonathan Beale is at the Conservative Party headquarters. Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning.
Do you know what's planned there?
Well, there was talk that Michael Howard would come here at about 10:30, but we do know for sure that he will go to Putney at midday. He will make a speech there. Now, I think the Tories have got quite a good story to tell in London and the South East, but clearly the picture elsewhere in the country is not so good, and I think secretly there must be disappointment for Michael Howard, but he wants to put forward this positive story in London and the South East.
Jonathan, what do you think the disappointments are for them? Or what are they saying the disappointments are? Well,
they're not saying there are disappointments, but clearly 33% of the vote about there, they haven't made the breakthrough they need to make. They haven't made the breakthrough in places like the Midlands, for example, in the north. I think that they are pleased that they have made a comeback here in London. Remember, for many years, inner city areas were a no-go for the Tories, but they believe that they are coming back. and I think they believe they are making progress. But I think that there's no doubt that Michael Howard has been fully committed to this campaign. There are no criticisms of that. I think there will be, though, over the coming weeks, perhaps some indirect criticisms of the tactics he used. And we've already heard from Tim Collins, for example, who lost his seat, the former shadow education spokesman, that he would have liked a more positive campaign.
I just passed on the way into the studio a retired but senior member of the Tory party who said that the Tory campaign proved that what you mustn't do is offer the electorate a box of licorice all sorts. You had to have a kind of clear, much clearer statement of what you wanted to do.
Well, I think he did do that in the end, didn't he, Michael Howard? He had those 5 key pledges which he kept on repeating, but I think that there was some frustration. I mean, the Tory party, you've got to remember, there's been a fair bit of infighting. There have been criticisms, for example, about the fact that the tax cuts from the right weren't big enough, and perhaps the criticisms from others that there was too much focus on immigration. But I think that one thing Michael Howard has generally done is to keep, broadly speaking, the discipline in the party. And I don't think at the moment, at least, there's any appetite for a leadership contest.
Jonathan, thanks very much indeed. We'll come back to you. Jenny Scott is at the Liberal Democrat Party headquarters, and I suppose if any of the party leaders has a halo this morning, it's Charles Kennedy.
Yes, although I'm not sure whether they really know whether to laugh or cry in there. I mean, there is definitely some good news. They've overturned some cracking Labour majorities, 14%, 17%. They overturned 11,000 majority in Manchester, Widdington. They've done very well with the student vote, with Cardiff, Cambridge, Leeds. They've increased their share of the vote, best performance since the 1920s, but still, there's this sense that they didn't do so well against the Tories. They'll have been disappointed about that. The decapitation strategy that we were talking about so much last night hasn't worked, hasn't come off at all. They've only managed to get Tim Collins scalped, the former Tory education spokesman. So I think there's a little bit of disappointment in there, but I don't think they'll be concentrating on that. They'll be concentrating on the fact that they're now saying they're the only real national party. There's no-go areas. They've done reasonably well in England, Wales, Scotland, in rural areas and in city areas.
Jenny, you were at Oliver Letwin's count in Dorset last night. Were the Liberal Democrats there surprised, slightly shaken that they hadn't taken the seat, or had they given up the hope of taking it?
Well, right at the beginning of the evening, they were really quite buoyant and they were chatting to us a lot and saying it was going to be really close. About an hour before the declaration, they went slightly quiet. I think they'd realised that they hadn't won the seat, and in fact, of course, Oliver Letwin increased his majority there. So genuinely disappointed. I think they thought they were in with a really good shout at that seat.
Jenny, thanks very much. We hope the fog clears and Charles Kennedy gets down here soon, and we shall follow him and hear from him when he comes and speaks. And in the meantime, let's go to Peter Snow. Peter, good morning.
Good morning, David. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
While he's still organising his reshuffle in there, let's just remind ourselves of the nature of Tony Blair's success, the size and scale of his win. The 3 leaders down the end of the street there, I'm afraid not actually them, we've had to get 3 computer doubles to do it for us. But let me just show you first of all Charles Kennedy's first milestone. Now, was he going to get as far as Lloyd George's 59 seats, the last big representation of the Liberals in the House of Commons, 1929? Charles Kennedy is off. Here he goes. Now, he's forecast to win. Is he going to be 59? 62. 3 more than Lloyd George back in 29. Michael Howard is off. What's he going to get? Well, he's trying, of course, to get more than William Hague's 165 last time. He's through to 198. So there the Tories forecast are 198. On the inside lane, there's Tony Blair. Here he comes. Now, up here with me is the 3-2-4, the line that any leader needs to reach to get an overall majority. There's Tony Blair coming through now, coming through 200, 300, 324, 356. So he has every reason to celebrate. After all, this is his 3rd successive personal victory. Mrs. Thatcher's did it 3 times, but as you add Tony Blair's majorities up there, 178, 167 and 66, it's more than Mrs. Thatcher's majorities all added together. And no wonder there's a neighbour looking out of the window here, rather pleased, of course, at Labour's victory, but maybe he too is thinking, well, it's a reduced majority, it's less than half of what it was last time. Maybe it won't be all that long before I have a chance of succeeding as Labour leader. David.
I'm not quite sure that's how the Prime Minister feels this morning, but there you go. Jeremy.
Well, David, yes, after those preposterous graphics, I'm joined actually by 3 new MPs, brand new MPs. Susan Kramer, who's the new Lib Dem for Richmond Park, Nick Hurd, who's the MP for Ruislip Northwood, and Ed Balls, who was just a day or so ago inside number 11 Downing Street alongside the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and doubtless looking out and empathising with him there. Now, why do you all want the job? I mean, you, for example, people have talked about you as the real Deputy Chancellor of the Exchequer. Why do you want to become another nondescript backbench MP?
Because in the end, it's the members of Parliament who make the decisions, who answer the difficult questions, who are accountable in the House of Commons. The House of Commons is the fulcrum of our democracy, and if you want to be involved in public service, then it's the place to be.
You two have both been around the block as well on this. I mean, you tried out several times for London Mayor, didn't you? And you know what's involved. What's the attraction?
Well, this is my home patch. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's always entirely different. So it's my neighbours, it's my friends, it's the voluntary groups that I've been working with for years. And now I hope I can get behind them and give an additional oomph. And we're an area that's always written off, sort of one of these leafy suburbs no one takes any notice of. We're determined that we're going...
areas of Britain.
That has great deprivation. I've been trying to say to people for ages, we have serious problems that have to be tackled. And I want to get out there and battle for them. Someone needs to.
And your father, of course, very famous Conservative politician, Douglas Hurd.
Yeah. No, and I learned from him, you get a chance to help people, enormously satisfying. You get a chance to stand up for a community you care about. And you get a chance to play a role, however small, in the government of your country. And I don't think there's anything more satisfying than that.
How much do any of you worry about the fact that what's the turnout, 61% or something? You know, of course, no one can question your legitimacy, but it isn't an absolutely ringing endorsement from the people of this country, is it?
Well, ours was over 73%. So I think apathy lost out in our area. And actually, I think that's pretty important. I mean, I think when you go out and you really spend a lot of time with voters on the doorstep, you can do a lot to overturn this general sense of utter apathy that keeps being talked about in the media. And I think a lot of the didn't go to the polls was actually a protest vote. I don't think it was disinterest. I actually think it was a protest vote.
What do you make of it, Ed Balls? What was the turnout in your seat?
It was 57%, but it went up by 5 percentage points. And so I was very pleased to get a rising turnout. It shows people were engaged in the election. They knew there was a choice between Labour and the Conservatives on the economy, on public services, and they decided they'd rather have Labour running the economy and investing in public services. And it was a pretty resounding rejection of the Conservative approach, or actually the Liberal Democrat approach as well.
Do you worry about disengagement from politics generally?
Yes. I mean, our turnout was up, but your general point is right. There was a general lack of inspiration and engagement with this campaign, other than people who wanted to send some sort of message to Blair. It was my experience.
And yet the game is still worth the candle.
Oh, yeah. Not least to turn around this apathy.
Speaking personally, Ed Balls, how long do you think before you'll be in the Cabinet?
Well, I've been a member of Parliament for 7.5 hours, or at least I was elected 7.5 hours ago.
You've traded a lot of influence.
And I'll be arriving next week in Westminster with L plates on to learn a new job. It's true that I had a past career in public service at the Treasury, but I'm starting again. So we'll see.
There must be virtually nobody in Parliament who's closer to Gordon Brown than you.
Well, and that's a good thing. And I've worked with him for many years.
Very good thing if he's Prime Minister, isn't it?
I've worked with him for many years, and I hope to continue to do so in the future. But my priority now is to be the Member of Parliament for Normanton, to serve the constituencies who've given their trust to me last night in the election. And as I said, I've got L plates on.
And Nick Hurd, when you look at the Tory vote last night, it's actually down in all sorts of seats. You can't present this as the beginning of some sort of comeback. I just wonder how long a term you're thinking of before you ever get your hands on any kind of levers of power.
Well, I think after 97, I was always very clear that we had a mountain to climb. But I think last night we did change base camp. We got back into the habit of winning seats, and I think most Conservative MPs, most Conservative activists went to bed this morning feeling much better about life and walking around with a spring in their step this morning.
OK, thank
you
all.
In the habit of winning.
OK, David?
Thanks, Jeremy. Well, we're joined by Robin Cook, former Foreign Secretary, former Leader of the House of Commons, who's in Edinburgh this morning. Good morning, Mr Cook. Thank you for joining us on what looks like a fine sunny day in Scotland. Or on your side of Scotland, anyway.
Scotland. Well, I'm sure it's fine across Scotland.
You sacrificed your ministerial career over opposition to the war in Iraq. Are you surprised that your electorate didn't come out and support you, that you suffered a loss like other Labour MPs?
Well, David, my majority is bigger than it's ever been in my entire parliamentary career. It went up by a third last night.
Yes, well, hang on, your share of the vote went down by 4%.
No, it didn't actually, David. It went down by less than 2%. I mean, please, I do know my own patch pretty well, David. The majority went up by 3,000. But, David, it is the case that across Britain, there's no doubt that Labour has suffered badly because of the Iraq factor. I mean, I visited a number of the marginal seats throughout this campaign, some of those that we held, some of those, sadly, that we lost last night. Good friends, solid colleagues. And it was quite clear that in those constituencies, Iraq was a very large factor.
You've mystified me by what you say about your majority going up, because I've got your majority going down by 541.
Well, then, David, I wish I had had the result you predict for me last time round. It felt much more comfortable if I'd had that kind of majority last
all right, well, let's leave that as a hiccup. Now, what you did say during this campaign and wrote in the newspapers was that you thought that Gordon Brown should take over from Mr. Blair sooner rather than later. Is that still your view in the light of these results?
Well, I hope that Tony Blair will be reflecting on what has happened during this campaign and over the last 24 hours in the election. He has done an enormous service to the Labour Party in making us a natural part of government, and part of that is demonstrating the fact that we're now in a unique third term for a Labour government. But there's no doubt that the decision of Iraq was a very major part in the loss in the votes that we did lose. He himself was an issue during this campaign. And I think he's got to consider on what message comes out of this. And also I think he's got to consider very carefully to what extent he can leave both the party and the nation guessing as to when exactly he might go.
When you say both the party and the nation, you're thinking these two jobs are different and could be separated? And that he might remain Prime Minister but not lead the party?
I wouldn't imagine that. I wouldn't imagine that for 1 minute. I think the two necessarily do go together. But he has to consider to what extent staying is going to leave endless speculation and whether we do not need clarity. I very much welcome what he said last night, that we now must unite again and look forward, and I absolutely agree with that. I think the issue he's now got to address is whether he can succeed in uniting the party and uniting the nation.
And when you say that he's got to consider, you think that he may find when the House of Commons meets again that it's going to be tougher for him to keep going and pursue the policies he wants than he may think this morning?
Well, all Labour MPs will be delighted that we are back and that we are back in power. There's no doubt about that. We all want the Labour government to succeed and to succeed on the excellent policies on which we fought this election.
Yeah, but there are a number of people who want him to go, aren't there? I mean, you're one who obviously wants him to go. There are others, Glenda Jackson, Bob Marshall-Andrews, people like that who want him to go.
There are ways in which he can consider what signal he's sending. For instance, you yourself have been speculating that there'll be a reshuffle in the course of today. I think one of the useful signals he could send to the party is the extent to which he's going to construct a government that reflects the broad church of the Labour Party.
Robin Cook, I don't want to get into psephology again with you, but just to say the reason that I said your majority was down 541 is because, of course, we were looking at, you've had big boundary changes, and we were looking at the notional result, which is what we've been based on. So,
well,
you know, there's comfort for both of us.
I regret to say that the returning officer does not elect me on the basis of a notional result. It's the real ones that count, David.
Well, that's one way of putting it. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, David. Bye-bye.
Yeah, well, I think we're joined now by the Conservative Party co-chairman, Liam Fox, who's at Westminster. Liam Fox, do you think you'd have done better if you'd had a slightly more ambitious programme for government?
Well, I think that during the campaign we had a great deal of resonance with voters on a number of issues, on cleaner hospitals and school discipline and controlled immigration and more police to tackle the crime wave and so on.
But it doesn't amount to a vision, does it?
Well, I think that one of the difficulties we had, which we always accepted, was that it's quite difficult to fight an election against a backdrop where people believe that the economy is in a relatively benign condition. And there's no doubt that the debate on the economy was a very difficult one, not least because the Labour Party were putting around all sorts of figures about Conservative plans that weren't true. It was actually difficult to get a rational debate, therefore, on the economy as being the central issue in the campaign. And I think that people felt that with low unemployment and interest rates low, much as they agreed with us and they were talking our language on all these other issues, ultimately too few of them felt like taking the risk of a change of government.
All right, let me put the question in a more open-ended sort of way. Do you think you made any mistakes in the way you tried to solicit votes?
Well, I think that we got our message across very clearly. And what I think
so the
is
answer to the
interesting
question is no?
Well, what I think is interesting about this election is how well our message went down in some parts of the country, and why we did very well in some parts of the country and didn't do quite so well in others. We, for example, did very well in London, but not so well in other parts of the southeast. We picked up seats in Wales. We picked up some seats from the Lib Dems, but say for the West Midlands, we didn't do quite so well.
33% of the vote. It's scarcely an increase. In some seats, your vote actually went down. Now, what went wrong, do you think?
Well, I think that in the election you actually saw a very narrow gap between the parties. I think it's the narrowest gap since 1974 and the lowest vote share for a governing party in our history. It was always going to be a tighter and different election. I think there was something else that was different about this election, and that was there was no uniform national swing. There wasn't even a uniform regional swing. We saw some odd results, way off trend. In some places we were doing much better than predicted. In some places we didn't do as well as predicted. We'll obviously want to have a very close look at that over the coming weeks to see exactly why there was the discrepancy between the two.
Would you imagine more clear blue water might have been a better idea?
Well, it's very easy to speculate, but on the night after you've had no sleep, I think instant post-mortems are not probably the best thing.
Well, I don't know. The rest of us do it.
The rest of you get paid a lot more than I do, Jeremy.
OK, thanks very much indeed. David.
Thanks very much.
And just before Big Ben finishes striking 10, let's have the news with Fiona Bruce. Fiona, good morning.
Good morning, David. Well, Tony Blair is back in Downing Street this morning, but with his majority cut from 160 to around 66. It's the first time Labour have ever won 3 general elections in a row, but they lost more than 40 seats to the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats and finished with the lowest share of the vote ever held by a majority government. The Lib Dems had a good night with their best performance since 1923.
As birthday presents go, walking back into number 10 is pretty good. Tony Blair turned 52 on the day he secured an historic 3rd term in office. But it's come at a heavy price. His majority has been cut to around 66.
We've got a mandate to govern this country again. Yes, there are good comrades that have fallen, but there are also extraordinary results that have come through tonight. And we've got to listen to the people and respond wisely and sensibly.
At his count in Sedgefield last night, he didn't look like a man with a date with destiny. Labour seats were tumbling. Stephen Twigg, victor against Michael Portillo in 1997, became a victim to the Conservatives in 2005. The Tories are up 33 seats to 195 so far. Michael Howard is expected to remain as party leader.
I am proud of the campaign that we have fought. We have taken a stand on the things that really do matter to the people of our country. We have sent a message to Mr. Blair.
The Liberal Democrats have so far won 59 seats. They've taken 11 from Labour and 3 from the Conservatives, but they've also lost seats to the Tories.
The era of 3-party politics right across the United Kingdom is now with us. That is something that I welcome. I think it is a healthy development.
For Tony Blair, it's back to the business of governing. Today he'll choose who will serve in his cabinet. Mark Sanders, BBC News, Westminster.
One of the night's biggest surprises was the victory of the former Labour MP George Galloway in Bethnal Green and Bow. His Respect coalition unseated Labour's Una King after fighting an acrimonious campaign on the Iraq War. After his declaration, Mr Galloway had a blunt message for Tony Blair.
This defeat that you have suffered and all the other defeats that New Labour has suffered this evening is for Iraq. All the people you killed, all the lies you told have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you tomorrow morning as soon as they get back to work.
Labour also suffered a major blow in Wales, losing what had been one of its safest seats, Blaenau Gwent, where an independent socialist candidate took the constituency on a 49% swing. Peter Law had resigned from Labour after an all-women shortlist was imposed on the constituency.
Well, it's a very good morning in Blaenau Gwent this morning, right? And this is what you get when you don't listen to the people. And that's the point about the results here tonight, because it's been a great victory for the people of Blaenau Gwent, because they've stood up and said that our integrity is worth far more than it was judged to be by others. And that's what this issue has been about.
And the Scottish National Party has gained 2 new MPs, winning Dundee East and the Western Isles from Labour. The party will now have 6 MPs at Westminster. The SNP's leader, Alex Salmond, said it was a spectacular performance, but it was a disappointing night for Plaid Cymru. The Welsh nationalists held 3 seats, but lost Ceredigion to the Liberal Democrats and failed to win Ynys Môn from Labour, their top target seat. The former television presenter Robert Kilroy-Silk failed to add a seat at Westminster to his place in the European Parliament. The leader of Veritas, the party he set up after an acrimonious departure from the UK Independence Party, he won just 6% of the vote in the Labour constituency of Erewash. The results from Northern Ireland's 18 Westminster seats are expected to be declared from 3 o'clock this afternoon. Among the main party leaders there, the Ulster Unionist David Trimble has had a tough battle in Upper Bann. He's defending a 2,000 majority over the DUP and could become a high-profile casualty. The SDLP leader, Mark Durkan, has been fighting for John Hume's long-held Foyle seat, but he's faced a big challenge from a prominent Sinn Féin campaign. Well, here we are with 619 seats declared, just 27 still to go. That's the latest for now. If you want more details, you can go to our interactive service. On digital TV, you just need to press the red button. If you haven't got one, the full results service is available on CFAX, page 700, or check out our website at bbc.co.uk/election 2005. David.
The spotlight is going to be on Tony Blair now, on how successfully he can govern, on what kind of support he's going to get from his own backbenchers. We've already heard 1 or 2 voices this morning raised against him, saying it's time he should go. Andrew, what do you think the prospects for him really are? And do you think it's too soon to say, or can you judge how much opposition he's going to get?
I think the really critical thing now is what sort of majority he has for what he wants to do in the new House of Commons. I mean, the people saying, like Frank Dobson is saying this morning, the sooner he goes, the better. Put that to one side and say, what can he actually achieve? Now, there has to be a health warning in all of this, because we're talking about the individual behaviour of lots of MPs in new circumstances. But we have tried to produce a little graphic of the House of Commons to explain what might happen. Here we've got the new House of Commons. Now, on one side, at the moment, we've got Tony Blair's Labour Party with 353 MPs at the moment. And on the other side, we've got the opposition party with a total of 266 MPs, again, at the moment. We haven't got the Northern Irish MPs here. So without them, Tony Blair is back as Prime Minister with a majority of 87. That's going to come down, of course, to 66 or thereabouts. As we know from the last Parliament, Mr Blair can't rely on the support of all of those backbenchers. And we've looked at all those MPs who were in the last Parliament and examined how they voted in 4 key votes during that Parliament: the Iraq War vote, foundation hospitals, very critical, university tuition fees and terrorism. And we found what we called 37 hardline rebels who voted against the government in 3 out of 4 of those rebellions. Now, if we move them to the other side of the House, and then suddenly Mr Blair's majority doesn't look so secure. Indeed, it comes down to 13. Now, another 29, the soft rebels, voted against the government twice in those key 4 votes. And if we move them to the opposition as well, the majority goes down to a negative, minus 45. The rest of the sitting MPs are more or less loyal to Blair. There's 248 of them. But then there's the remaining 39 new Labour MPs, and we don't really know how loyal they're going to be. Now, another way of looking at this is to look at the number of MPs who are absolute, out-and-out Blair loyalists, real Blair vanguard people, and those who are genuine Brownites. This is not an exact science, as I've said, but if we put our heads together, and we reckon 46 absolute committed hardcore Blairites in the new Parliamentary Labour Party, and a further 47 absolutely committed Brownites. And we'd also take into account 20 Labour MPs, members of the campaign group, who probably think pox in both of their houses, but would in the end go to Brown if it came to the crunch, all of which leaves us with 240 Labour MPs, the majority of the PLP by far, who will swing, neither ardently Blairite or Brownite, want stable leadership, go with the flow, look for who's going to provide the patronage in the future. In any struggle over the direction of the government, it's going to be that group that the 2 of them are going to have to court. What I would conclude from this is that Tony Blair does not probably have a majority for quite a lot of the things that he would otherwise have liked to do. We've mentioned ID cards, we've mentioned incapacity benefit reform. There's all sorts of issues there which I don't think he will be able to get through this House of Commons and will circumscribe how he can govern, and therefore may circumscribe as well how long he wants to carry on governing.
And there's that, and there's also presumably how long they want him to carry on governing. I mean, within that, are there the seeds of a rebellion against Blair and an attempt to impose Gordon Brown as Prime Minister on the Labour Party?
The seeds, but not the full plant. If Tony Blair reshapes the government and comes forward very quickly with a refreshed, invigorated idea of what he wants to do over the next 18 months, couple of years, then he can probably put all of that to one side. If he can't, I think he's in real trouble. And don't forget, he depends on Gordon Brown now more than ever. Gordon Brown has to look at what the Labour Party has in store and feel committed to it personally for things to remain stable.
And one other thing, you say he may find he can't do the things he wants to do. Are you suggesting that he'll find in Parliament, in votes, that he can't do what he wants to do, or that he'll talk to those people and say, this is my plan, this is how I think we should move forward with New Labour, and we'll get the answer, no, it's not, and will then resign?
Well, he's going to have to negotiate a bit more with the Parliamentary Labour Party, something he's never done before, really. He's going to have to bring more of them with him than he's bothered to do in the previous two parliaments. Didn't need to bother about it. If he wants them with him, he's going to have to pull them with him. He's going to have to argue them round. I don't think he's going to put things to the House of Commons that he knows are going to be voted down.
Is he going to like this?
He's not going to like this. He has been used to a degree of unconstrained power by traditional British parliamentary standards, and he is going to have to find himself operating much more, I think, like an old-fashioned traditional Prime Minister, and you'll find it a little bit tight.
Andrew, what about the role of a manifesto? I mean, clearly Number 10 drew up the manifesto, and they wanted to have a Blairite New Labour manifesto in order to be able to use that as a weapon against recalcitrant Labour backbenchers if Labour were returned to power. You stood on this manifesto, here is the manifesto, you've got to go along with it.
Yeah, there's not a lot that's terribly shocking in the manifesto. Gordon Brown, as much as Tony Blair, went through these 5-year plans, put them all in. There's lots of underwhelming, straightforward, reformist stuff, things that they want to do in primary schools, rebuilding primary schools, money to go into various parts of the health service and all of that, extra community policing, those sorts of things. But it's not a kind of reshaped, invigorated Britain taken in a new direction by Tony Blair or anything like that.
But there certainly is an element of bringing the private sector more into the public services.
A bit of that, but I don't think we'll hear too much of it.
OK, thanks very much, Andrew. Well, you saw her last night freezing half to death with her gang up in Gateshead. We rejoin her. I hope she's had time to have breakfast this morning. Sian Williams.
Yes, and isn't it beautiful today in Gateshead? Absolutely glorious in Gateshead this morning. Let me reintroduce you to our rather low-tech version of the political map. Here, the UK, as painted by about 70 students who were all here last night, as you were mentioning, David, with their spray paint there, and we've recruited Johnny here, who's a head boy, sixth former, who's, what are you doing, Bosworth in Leicestershire? We should have done that before, actually. We've got about 27, as Fiona said, 27 yet to declare, so still looking a little bit empty over here in Northern Ireland. But let's see how the night developed, because it was an interesting one. Well, as you heard earlier, it might be some time before the Northern Ireland seats declare, so we might be here for some time. So wish us luck. I don't know what it's going to look like in the end. Actually, in the harsh sunlight, David, I have to say that some of it's looking a bit scrappy, so we might have to go over some of the edges.
I don't think Peter Snow has to look to his laurels just yet, I have to say.
I don't think so.
Thanks very much, Sian. Let's go down to Wales now and hear about what went on there and join Sian Lloyd. Good morning, Sian.
Good morning to you, David. Well, 6 seats changed hands here overnight. Labour lost 5, Plaid Cymru lost 1. The political landscape looking a bit different here this morning. We're here in Cardiff Bay, which has seen multi-million-pound redevelopment over the past couple of years. It's also home to the National Assembly for Wales, and the MP for the area, Alan Michael, is one of our guests this morning. We're also joined by Bill Wiggin from the Conservatives, by Jill Evans from Plaid Cymru, and by Lembit Opic from the Lib Dem. Thanks all very much for joining. If I can first of all start with you, Alan Michael. It wasn't really a good result for Labour, was it? Notwithstanding your historic third-term victory, it must have been a wake-up call for you.
Well, I don't think you should ignore the fact that if this had been the result in 1997, you'd have been celebrating and the newspapers would have been talking about a historic Labour landslide. So it's a particularly good result for Labour, considering we've been in power for the last 8 years. In Wales, I think we've seen no shift in the voting that the Conservatives have received, which demonstrates the failure of the unremittingly negative campaign that was run by Michael Howard. People didn't like it, but the trouble is it dragged everybody down, because people said on the doorstep, we want you to be talking about the issues that affect us. And there was, as I say, this sort of negative campaign, which I think did damage to politics generally, not just to the Labour Party. Very pleased indeed at the retention of Ynys Môn, for instance, and that a number of seats that were regarded as ultra-safe Conservative seats only 2 general elections ago have remained in Labour hands.
Well, let me bring Bill Wiggin in here. We heard about you not increasing the share of the vote. You are back on the political map of Wales, but you haven't really increased your share of the vote here.
Well, I think that's probably the most negative spin anybody could put on it. I mean, we're looking at the party that's won the most seats at this election, both nationally and, most importantly, in Wales. 3 seats is a good start. I'd like to have won more, of course, but, you know, that's a tremendous step forward for us, and I'm delighted because of the quality of the candidates that we've put up, that the 3 we got have triumphed, and they're going to make a big difference in the House of Commons, and it's going to be a very different Parliament. I mean, Labour struggled to get its legislation through. I mean, even Alan's own hunting bill was ambushed by his own backbenchers. So it's going to be a very interesting and different Parliament this time, and with 3 Conservative MPs in Wales, much more exciting, I think, well, here and also in Westminster. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Lembit Opic, there are going to be more Liberal Democrats MPs from Wales this time. You doubled the number of seats here. Now, in 2 constituencies with high student votes, what would you say? Do you say that the war has played a big factor?
Well, the war did play a part, but also the abolition of student tuition and top-up fees, one of our policies, and actually the introduction of free long-term care for the elderly. Those played very strongly as well, together with our opposition to council tax and our desire to introduce local income tax. But let's not get away from the fact that I would suggest in Wales it really was the Liberal Democrats' night. We gained a seat from Cardiff Central off Labour, as we predicted, but also we gained a seat off Plaid Cymru in Ceredigion on the west side of Wales. So we're now the second party of Wales, the opposition in every sense in Westminster to the Labour Party. That feels good, but now we're going to prove that the voters made the right decision, because we're really going to put Labour under pressure to deliver more for Wales.
Well, Jill Evans, it really wasn't Plaid Cymru tonight, was it? Because you lost a seat and you failed to take your top target seat of Ynys Môn. You must be disappointed. What does that say about the state of Plaid Cymru now?
Well, yes, of course it's disappointing, but if you look at the 3 seats that we held, we increased our majority in all 3, with a spectacular result in Carmarthen East and Dinefwr, where Adam Price trebled his majority in the seat that New Labour targeted, determined to win that back office. And of course, it's always difficult for Plaid Cymru fighting in a UK context, where our vote is always squeezed. We don't get the same media profile as the other parties. But we are looking forward very confidently to the next National Assembly elections. We do have a very strong message. We do have a message that does appeal to the people of Wales, and we proved that in the seats that we've held. We've still got a strong team, not just in Westminster, but in the National Assembly, where we are the main opposition.
If I could just add, I actually think that's an honest response from Plaid Cymru, because they're pretty much admitting that their relevance in Westminster is diminishing for the reasons that Jill says. I think now we can see, something reflected across the UK as a whole, that the Liberal Democrats really are the alternative now, and our massive increase in terms of share of the vote and our very encouraging increase in number of MPs was reflected in Wales.
Alan Michael, I must ask you about Blair Gwent. You told me last night that it was just an individual case, but weren't Labour being complacent there?
Far from it. I think Labour have learned some lessons there. You'll see a lot more work within the constituency, I'm sure, in terms of campaigning. It was something within the family. There was no other party really involved there. I think it's very sad, but it's not significant in the way that the retention of seats that were once safe Conservative seats in every part of Wales demonstrate that Labour remains the real party of Wales.
Well, we must leave it there. Now back to you in the studio in London.
Sian Lloyd in Cardiff, thank you very much indeed. Well, now let's have a look then at this battle and how it was fought yesterday with Peter Snow. Peter.
And David, it's a three-party battle, and it has been a real three-party battle. That's why we've got a three-party battleground here. Now, here are their positions in the old House of Commons. The Labour Party, 400 or so of them over here. Here are the Tories, and there are the Liberal Democrats. And between the parties, we've drawn lines representing the battlefronts between them. The nearer MPs in the old House are to the lines there, the more vulnerable they were to each other. So here's one Tory battlefront here with the Labour Party, and there's another Tory battlefront over there with the Liberal Democrats. And the nearer those MPs are, here, for example, is Tim Collins in Westminster and Lonsdale, very, very near the edge there, very vulnerable to the Liberal Democrats. So that is the picture of our battleground before this election. Now, here's what happened. There you are. I'm now forecasting what actually happened in each of those seats. And you can see how fascinating it is how the parties interrelate. A battle there between the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats, sort of undecided, with the Conservatives holding off the Liberal Democrat thrust, except for Tim Collins going down, and the Liberal Democrats being slightly invaded by the Tories. Go then over to the Tory-Labour battleground over here, and you see the Tories making inroads into Labour, as you'd expect over here, because, of course, they've really been gaining an odd 30 seats or so at the expense of Labour. And then look at the other one, the other battleground, the battlefront between the Liberal Democrats and Labour. And you can see the Liberal Democrats making some incursions there into Labour territory. But there's not much fertile ground there for the Liberal Democrats. They haven't had many Labour MPs to aim at. Right, now then, let's swing it round and look again at that very important Conservative Liberal Democrat battlefront. And of course there's a swingometer that precisely describes the relationship between the Tories over here and the Liberal Democrats over there. Now here's our swingometer, and this is what happened in the seats on this swingometer. Very little as the answer actually happened. That's been the Liberal Democrats' problem. They haven't been winning many seats. The swing to the Liberal Democrats was only something like 1.5%. Very, very few seats going down. In fact, the Tories winning Liberal Democrat seats over here. So that wasn't a great success for the Liberal Democrats. Let's now look at the other battleground that they have, the battleground with Labour. Well, here indeed they have picked up some Labour seats, as you can see. There's a lot of gold in there among those red men, but there's not very much on the swingometer for them either, as you can see here. Here are those vulnerable Labour MPs here, these red ones. Here's the swing to the Liberal Democrats coming up now, a swing of about 5%, turning one or two of these Labour MPs, as you can see, gold here, actually about 4 or 5 of them altogether, but there aren't many Labour MPs there very vulnerable. Right, let's go back down here. So not a great success in winning actual MPs, in winning seats from each other. The Liberal Democrats not succeeding very well in winning seats from Labour. Now, just watch what happens when we now watch the movement, and you will see the movement in the new House of Commons. This is the new Parliament. Ahead of the next election, look how the Labour Party is being dragged towards the Liberal Democrat battlefront at the top of the picture there. Now, what's actually happened then is that for the next election, the whole marginality and vulnerability situation has changed. The Liberal Democrats have pulled the Labour Party towards them, and so next time they sit there with a much better advantage, more vulnerable Labour MPs to attack in the next election. So the Liberal Democrats' achievement here is, yes, a few extra seats, 10, 12 extra seats, but a changing in the electoral undercurrent, pulling the Labour Party closer, making them more vulnerable to them for next time.
Peter, thank you very much. Well, that's the battle for the next election, which presumably is 5, 6, 7, 8, 2009. To chew over some of that and the results of what happened yesterday, let's join Jeremy Paxman again. Jeremy.
Well, David, I have with me two elder statesmen, Norman Tebbit and Tony Benn. Tony Benn, whatever you may think of some of the nuances, a third term, amazing achievement, isn't it, for a Labour Prime Minister?
Well, I campaigned in 26 constituencies. I never worked harder in my life, and I very much wanted a Labour government. But of course, the thing that worried me about the coverage of the campaign, you dealt for 3 weeks with three men and what they did and said, but none of the issues surfaced. What do we do when Bush attacks Iran? No, it didn't. What do we do about Europe? I mean, it's a big issue, this. What are we doing about the environment? I found it was too personalised. And when I saw your programme a moment ago saying if you're in favour of Magna Carta, you're a hard rebel, if you're in favour of the Charter of the UN, you're a soft rebel, the language is so sort of confrontational. I mean, these are big issues that people have to think about.
Norman Tebbit, Margaret Thatcher said last night she didn't think the Conservative vote reflected Conservative achievement. What was your take on it?
Well, I had a problem with the campaign. I thought that, you know, Churchill once said at a rather bad dinner, this pudding hasn't got a theme. And I think it was really rather true of our campaign, that there were lots of bits, but that it didn't seem to be a cohesive whole. And I think partly because of that, electors couldn't see really the difference that it would make to have a Conservative government. And therefore, it was a case of, is it the dog you know or the dog you don't?
So, I mean, you would agree with the description of this manifesto as a Victor Meldrew sort of manifesto?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, it's a pretty good bellwether, actually, old Victor, you know. I mean, if you could get all the Victor Meldrew votes, you'd probably win an election hands down.
Was insufficiently grumpy, perhaps?
No, it's not a matter of grumpiness. I have some sympathy with what Tony's been saying. That there are big issues which were not addressed at all.
They weren't addressed in this manifesto either, many of them.
No, that's right. Not in any of the manifestos. And the Liberals talked a bit about some of them, you know, like windmills and things like that. But you know, it's pretty pathetic stuff. But nobody talked about an energy policy.
The future of the planet's pretty serious.
Yes, indeed, but it's not going to be resolved by windmills. You know, you'll just have Tony Benn tilting at them.
But that is partly because, is it not, for example, energy policy is an area you know a great deal about. But the whole question of whether we were going to have more nuclear power stations was shut down and was off limits because your party said we're having a review.
But let me I don't want to be critical of the media because it would not my purpose, but I do think I do think the interrogation of people about things they don't want to talk about. I think the Prime Minister intends to refresh and renew our nuclear weapons. I think he does probably want to move to nuclear power. He's passionately in favour of the European Union Constitution. We don't know what he'll do if Bush bombs Iran. But I do think that now the election's over, we should get back to politics, if you see what I mean. And I say this because the issues are so enormous. The American economy isn't in a very strong state. They've got a huge deficit, tax cuts, the war. And if that goes into a blip, what effect will it have on our economy here? My feeling about the Conservative manifesto was to whip up hatred of immigrants was a terribly dangerous thing to do with long-term consequences that we may have to live with. And that worried me. As to the rest, I mean, you know, you can talk about clean hospital wards. Who's against that?
What about the position of the two main leaders now? Tony Blair replace him pretty quickly, do you think, or what?
Well, you see, I'm not interested in that either. In all fairness, because first of all, I have nothing to do with it.
Well, are you suggesting there's no difference between them?
No, I'm only saying that history is made by movements. I mean, I'll take an example you'll know. Mr. Asquith said in 1911, if women get the vote, it'll undermine parliamentary democracy, and 7 years later they got it. I'm not too worried about leaders. I'm interested in opinion, and I do think on the war, for example, it played a big part in reducing the Labour vote, because people were very hostile to that. And they didn't believe what they were told.
What's your view about your leader?
Well, I just longed for the day when Michael Howard, or indeed any political leader, would say, why do you think I should be the guy that runs hospitals? You know, why do you want a politician to go round scrubbing the wards and things like that? And we know that it didn't work when politicians ran British Telecom or British Airways.
That's an argument for dismantling the NHS, isn't it?
Pardon?
That's an argument for dismantling the NHS or privatising it in some way.
Not necessarily privatising it, but certainly of getting away from this Stalinist attitude that a politician in Whitehall can command that the hospitals are cleaner tomorrow and all this sort of thing. It simply doesn't work.
There are 44 million people in America with no health insurance, and 2 million Americans went bankrupt last year on medical bills. Now be careful. You are talking about
I'm not
private.
suggesting.
You are. You're saying private business is better than public bodies. I don't agree with that.
No, I'm not saying that in any way whatsoever. What I'm saying is that a Stalinist attitude where somebody says, you know, this week the campaign is against MRSA. Next week it could be about something different. And as the poor doctors and the healthcare workers, they're not allowed to get on with their job. You know, I just wish somebody would say it.
But you see, the reason that wasn't in the Conservative manifesto was because, although you may believe in it, that is not where political debate is in this country. Now, is that the reason, in your judgment, that your party didn't do better? That it failed to stake out a different kind of philosophy?
I think you have to create that debate. You have to create it. You have to get people interested in it.
But surely the debate's settled. That's why it's not being discussed.
Above all, I think what the Conservative Party suffered from, which wasn't of Mr. Howard's own making, was, of course, still the echoes of the ERM, the old eternal recession mechanism, and the loss of confidence in the ability of a Conservative government to manage the economy. This may be the third election which John Major has lost for us.
But funnily enough, you know, most people in Britain now would prefer the railways to be in public ownership because we subsidise the shareholders who run a rotten railway service. So I think the argument's moved. And this idea that if you elect somebody to run a public service, they're Stalinists. I mean, are the police run by Stalinists? I mean,
do you think
you're using extraordinary language, Norman. You and I agree on Europe and one or two other things, but we don't really agree about the public service.
You're not really a Stalinist either, are you?
No, I'm not a Stalinist. You're not at all. I'm a Democrat. I'm a Democrat, which is much more dangerous.
I think we'll let you two toddle off into the sunset together. Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, it's just 10:30. We're expecting the Prime Minister to go any moment from number 10, the heart of government. We can see there from the Victoria Tower looking down on Parliament Square, and he'll be going to the Palace. And Andrew Marr, our political editor, is itching to get down there and start talking to people about the way this has gone. Just before you go, Andrew, what do you make of this argument that they were putting over there, that the big issues weren't discussed, that it was a campaign that got distorted? I don't know whether by the media or by the party leaders.
We did discuss a lot of big issues, but they're absolutely right on, for instance, Europe and, for instance, nuclear weapons and nuclear power. I asked the Prime Minister about nuclear weapons and nuclear power and got a very bland, that decision is for another day, I'm not going to talk about it sort of answer. And beyond that, it's difficult to go if he simply refuses to discuss it at any length. When it comes to Europe, there has been a grand consensus or conspiracy among the parties not to talk about it on the basis that we're going to have a referendum on the European Constitution, and that's the time. It didn't suit the Conservatives to talk about Europe in this campaign. They didn't want to go back to that area particularly, and it certainly didn't suit the Labour Party, or indeed the Liberal Democrats in lots of those rather Eurosceptic constituencies.
I mean, just to nail the point, is it the media that determines the agenda, or is it the parties that speak about the things that they choose and the media properly reflecting it? I mean, on this occasion.
It's very difficult and probably wrong for reporting journalists to say, well, we're not interested in what the politicians are talking about today. We're going to talk about other issues that we think are more important. We have, in a sense, to follow their language and follow their agenda during an election campaign.
And yet on Iraq, that wasn't true. I mean, as documents were leaked and all the rest of it,
sure.
Iraq obviously dominated
those were proper running. Those were running news stories we couldn't avoid. But I think we all share responsibility, particularly for Europe. Could I just finish on one note of mild optimism? Because we've been talking about the constraining effect of this on the government. I think a lot of people would think that big majorities do not good government make. The American writer Joyce Carey famously once said that the only good government is a bad government in a hell of a fright. And perhaps we will look back on the 2005 election in a few years' time and say, well, it gave us better government.
Bad government?
It gave us better government.
Carey? A bad government in a hell of a fright?
The only good government is a bad government. He assumes all governments are inherently bad in a hell of a fright because they've been scared by the electorate, as has happened to the Labour Party this time.
Andrew, thank you very much. Well, we'll hear from you later on this morning, I hope, when you've gone down, but off you go, and many thanks for staying with us. So Andrew Marr goes down to number 10, and we go down to sunny Eastbourne on the East Sussex coast and join Bill Turnbull there with some people who voted there last night. Bill.
Indeed. Morning, David. We've come to the rather aptly named, perhaps, Bill's Cafe to sample the great British public opinion. It was sunny here in Eastbourne, but it's clouding over. Could that be symptomatic, possibly, of a third term for the Labour Party? What does it mean for the leadership of both Labour and, of course, the Conservatives? Well, we've been talking to a number of people here at the cafe this morning. They've been doing a brisk business, and Hamish, particularly, has been looking very closely at the results. First of all, I don't get the sense here, Hamish, that there's been a huge amount of passion.
No, there hasn't been any passion in this election. They've played it on the leaders, really. Blair, the Conservatives and the Libs. And the Lib Democrats and the Tories haven't yet realised what Labour did 8 years ago. They reorganised and they put a young team in.
Do you think that the issues weren't covered properly?
No, they weren't. No, the issues weren't involved here at all. If they were, Labour would have been in trouble. If they'd have listened to what happened in Iraq, Labour would have been in trouble. He's come to an agreement with Brown. He will stand down, otherwise he'll get a Thatcher. He'll be stabbed in the back by his own party.
Well, how long do you think then Tony Blair will stay in power, given that the Labour majority has been cut by so much?
I think he'll hand over to Brown very quickly. I don't think he'd be there more than 2 years. It would be a sensible thing to do. And I think if the Conservatives and the Lib Democrats don't put in new leaders against him, they stand the same problem.
And you're taking it as read that it would be Gordon Brown who would take over?
I take it would be Gordon Brown. And I don't think Gordon Brown would do any more than one general election after that anyway.
And the Conservatives?
Unless they get a new leader, they're not going to win the next one. They need a new leader.
You got anybody in mind for them?
I did have, but unfortunately he no longer is available. And
who's that now?
Well, I always wanted to see Michael Heseltine stand.
Oh well,
but he's they're old hat, and this is why I say with Howard. Howard is old party politics. They've got to find somebody new.
All right, Hamish, thank you very much. Now let's talk to the people who run Bill's Cafe. Jan and Steve, good morning to you. Both been doing a brisk business. So funny, typically as we come to you, then it completely empties out. What have people been feeling about the election, though, over the past few weeks?
Oh, I think in general there's been mixed feelings. The Labour seem to be one of the dominant forces. Most people, I think, were going for Labour again, but the Conservatives certainly had quite a showing, especially local, and the Lib Dems. I mean, they've made quite a good effort this time, and we'll see, won't we? Like, you know.
Okay, and the Conservatives got back in here again against Lib Dems. They've been fighting it for 15 years, haven't they?
I think it's quite a good thing, actually, that they're back in. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that result.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Steve, thank you both very much. Just before we go, a quick look at the menu. The standard fare, your fried eggs, your baked beans, your mushrooms, and something that some people might recommend for politicians too. For 70 pence, large lashings of bubble and squeak.
Thanks, Bill. And the Liberal Democrats did claim they'd taken Eastbourne last night at one stage, but in fact the Tories took it, as Bill said, Nigel Waterson, but his majority was halved, down to just 1,124. Now let's go back again to Edinburgh, and we join there for a report on what happened in Scotland yesterday. Sally Magnuson. Good morning, Sally.
Good morning, David. The picture in Scotland is that Labour have lost 5 seats. It's been a great night for the Liberal Democrats. They've won 2 seats, and their share of the vote has climbed even more than it has over the rest of the country, bringing them into second place in the share of the popular vote in Scotland. SNP have won 6 seats, 2 more than they had before, but their share of the vote has gone down. For the Tories, it's business as usual. They've still now got 1 sole MP at Westminster. I'm joined by representatives of all 4 parties here. Nigel Griffiths for Labour, you narrowly held on to your Edinburgh South seat last night, surviving a strong challenge from the Lib Dems. Serious inroads have been made into the Labour vote in Scotland, the sort of monolithic Labour vote. Why?
Well, that's not actually how I see it. I think that the only way the Liberal Democrats are able to win seats is where they adopt the by-election approach, pour resources from all over the country and of people and of cash. They didn't take one of their key marginal target seats in South Aberdeen, which they only needed less than 5% swing. They certainly didn't take my seat, and they don't have the resources to take that approach.
Well,
with
it's
other
not just the
seats.
Lib Dems. I mean, the SNP also got 2 seats off you, and the fact is that, as I say, inroads have been made. Gordon Brown conceded last night that lessons have to be learned by Labour. Now, what are these lessons? Where did you go wrong this election?
Well, absolutely, but we're not going to take lessons from the SNP, where their vote actually dropped. Their
Yes,
share
but
of the
could you
vote
answer the
in
question?
49 seats. Well, what question would you like me to answer?
I'd like to know what cost you your vote in Scotland. What the issues were. Was it the Iraq War? Was it the positioning of the Liberal Democrats on free personal care for the elderly and abolishing tuition fees, which they've done in Scotland and we're hoping to promote in England?
I think in any other year this would be a good result, but obviously people have got high expectations of the government. We've increased their expectations of public services, and we've got to address that issue. And obviously, where people are not getting the exact service they want, they're going to look critically at the party in power.
Thanks. Nicola Sturgeon, SNP's Deputy Leader. 6 seats, as I say. But you're way down the share of the vote. How can you possibly claim now to be Scotland's second party?
We're Scotland's biggest opposition party because, of course, the Liberal Democrats are a party in coalition with Labour in Scotland.
Well, that's Holyrood.
Well, I'll
Let's
address
talk
the
in
share
terms
of
of
the
this election
point first before I talk about our new seats. But I don't think it's hugely surprising. We've just fought a UK election where media coverage across the UK is dominated by Labour, the Tories and the Liberals. They get wall-to-wall media coverage that the SNP simply doesn't get in a UK context. So I don't think it's too surprising that they've picked up some protest votes in this election.
But could it be that people just actually don't want independence in Scotland?
Well,
they voted rather, if you like, rather subtly in Scotland in the marginal seats to give Tony Blair, if you like, a bloody nose wherever they felt you were best placed to do it. But when you weren't, you know, the SNP is well down.
A poll during the election showed majority support for independence. Another one showed that we're ahead in voting intentions for the 2007 Holyrood election, which is a great platform. But, you know, let's not underestimate the achievement last night of, for the first time in 31 years, taking seats from Labour in a general election. We won Dundee East, we won the Western Isles from Labour, we held all of our own seats with fantastic majorities. I think it was a pretty good night for the SNP.
Nicola Stephen, an anti-Labour vote rather than a pro-Lib Dem vote in Scotland?
I think there were 3 factors for the Liberal Democrats in Scotland. One was a very successful campaign by Charles Kennedy, who fights a Scottish constituency. The second was that in terms of the Iraq War, the issue of trust, the Liberal Democrats had a clear and distinctive stance on that. But both those issues applied in other parts of the UK. And I think the real difference in Scotland is that we have been in government in Scotland, and that's given us a lot of credibility, and we've been seen to deliver on issues like abolition of tuition fees.
Although you carefully distance yourself from health policy, which you're also responsible for. David McLetchie, not a good night for the Tories. This was not the comeback that we'd been predicting.
Well, yes,
well, you'd been predicting, I beg your pardon.
Disappointing, obviously. I mean, we had 370,000 people voted for us. The Boundary Commission didn't really deal us a particularly good hand in terms of the way the votes were distributed. And, you know, we weren't far behind the SNP in terms of the share of the vote, but they got 6, we got 1. That's the way it works sometimes.
Did you not, you know, have a strategy, though, that just didn't appeal to Scots as a discernible Scottish strategy for Scotland? The Tories are clearly still being perceived as an English party.
Well, this is a United Kingdom election, and I think both Labour Party and Liberal Democrats and ourselves certainly fight it on that basis because we are unionist parties and believe in the United Kingdom. So we had a United Kingdom manifesto, but we also had dimensions to it that related to the Scottish Parliament, and you know, I made no apologies for saying that. So there was more than enough Scottish dimensions to our programme. The fact of the matter is it wasn't as well received as I would like it to have been, but I think in a couple of years' time, Scottish Parliament elections, different scenario, all these tax rises that are going to come from Gordon Brown, I think it'll be a completely different picture in 2007.
We'll see what happens then. David McLetchie, Nigel Griffiths, Nicola Sturgeon and Nicola Stephen, thank you very much for joining us. Back to you, David.
Thanks, Sally. And down in number 10 Downing Street, we can just see the crowds of press photographers and the rest of them waiting for number 10's door to open and the Prime Minister to come out and go to the palace to tell the Queen, who, needless to say, knows it already. There's another helicopter down below. We're above that helicopter. Right, I look like one of Peter Snow's simulated graphics for a moment. So there they are, waiting for him to come out, and we'll be there when he does. Now, we've had some results in from Northumberland, counting this morning. Berwick-upon-Tweed Alan Beath, the Liberal Democrats, holds Berwick-upon-Tweed, I should say. His majority is very slightly up, 8,632. There's the share of the vote, 53% for the Liberal Democrats, 29% for the Conservatives, 18% for Labour, and the change since last time, 1% up for the Liberal Democrats, 1% all round. And we go to Hexham, beautiful Hexham in Northumberland for their result.
For the parliamentary election for the Hexham constituency held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Atkinson, Peter Landreth, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,605. Davison, Thomas Henry, Imperial Party, 129. Duffield, Andrew John Richard, Liberal Democrat, 10,673. Graham Kevin Andrew, the Labour Party candidate, 12,585. Riddell Ian, English Democrats Party, 521. There were 253 rejected papers, and I do hereby declare that the said Peter Landreth Atkinson is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Hexham constituency.
So the Conservatives hold Hexham, a punishing result for Labour and a good result for the Liberal Democrats, whose vote went up 10%, 10 percentage points. There it is, a majority of 5,020 for the Conservatives, in raw figures up 2,491, turnout of 69%, which is down a bit from last election, 42%, 30% for Labour, 26% for the Liberal Democrats. And here's the change. Conservatives down 2 points, Labour down 9 points, Liberal Democrats up 11 points. That's the largest, second largest seat. Includes Hadrian's Wall and all over the place, not in numbers, but in geographical area in England. Briefly, Tony King.
That's intriguing. We began the programme last night with seats in the northeast showing a plummeting in Labour support, a steep rise in Liberal Democrat support, and there's a completely different kind of seat, non-industrial, non-safe Labour, and you're getting a not dissimilar pattern.
OK, thanks very much. Well, now, let's join Jeremy Paxman, who's acquired a vast array of voters sitting there in front of him on the other side of the studio, and some guests. Jeremy.
Indeed, David, yes. We've decided it's rather arid, this dialogue between journalists and politicians. We've got 25 members of the public here, all of whom have taken a very active interest in this campaign in various roles for various BBC outlets, and 3 politicians here, Sir Ian Campbell, Sir Malcolm Rifkind and Peter Hain, currently Leader of the House of Commons, although for how much longer it depends on the reshuffle, I suppose, whenever that takes place. So let's address some of your concerns. First of all, let's hear from you, Femi Williams in the front. You're Islington South, where there was a reduced Labour vote last night. Tell us about your concern.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say, on one hand, I am happy Labour have come back in, because traditionally, myself and my family before me have been Labour voters. So on one hand, I feel as though I'm back in a safe zone.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I am concerned that certain issues, such as local youth lawlessness, of which I was a recent victim, issues such as student tuition fees, and several others may not be tackled as well by the Labour. In my voting, yes, it did. It did, because my trust in Tony Blair has been reduced.
How did you vote yesterday, then?
Liberal Democrats for the first time.
You're a Labour person and you voted Lib Dem. And that was primarily because of the war?
Yes, and also, if I may add, I had a personal issue with Mr. Tony Blair. I had my son given the MMR vaccine, after which he became autistic. Mr. Blair did not tell me if he gave his son the MMR, so I feel as though I was let down.
Question of trust.
Exactly.
Peter Hain, did you come across this question of trust, leaving aside specifically the MMR case, but trust was a big issue this time?
It was, on Iraq and a number of other issues. I do think, though, Jeremy, there's a problem of trust for all politicians. Perhaps we in government have had it more than others because that's the nature of government. But actually, I think the way in which we operate in a little Westminster bubble, you and us, is divorced from where most people want their politics discussed and the issues dealt with. But I understand the points you're making, particularly the MRSA one, although I just would say to you that in respect of Tony Blair's son Leo, he is entitled to privacy on that. I mean, my grandson, I don't know whether he had the jab or not, because the local papers were asking whether he did. And his wife, his mother, my daughter-in-law, and my son, his father, are entitled to their privacy, as is the Prime Minister.
Tony Kakavoni, where are you? Yes. There you are, yes. You've got a point specifically on this question of the war, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I'd like some questions, really, regarding this bully that we've embraced and got into bed with, the biggest bully the planet has ever known since probably the Cold War.
Who's this?
The United States. And can we also have a question, really, an answer to a question, how it is we talk about the war against terrorists and terrorism, and in the United States they apply for asylum. And this is a terrorist that's self-confessing of blowing up an airliner in 1976. Luis Posada Corrales. Now, he's in the United States applying for asylum, and he's confessed to blowing up an airplane. I'd like an answer to this. Isn't the fact that you're a terrorist if you oppose the United States? And what we've done under Tony Blair, and I've been a Labour supporter all my life.
Did you vote Labour yesterday?
No, I didn't. Greens. I looked at the whole thing. I think this is a one-party system.
And you're in where? Enfield?
The Liberals. Charles Kennedy says we are not an all-out anti-war party. So even if Charles Kennedy had been number 10 down
What's
the
your
street,
point?
you'd have illegally invaded.
Put a specific point to one of these guys. Do you want to put a point to Min Campbell here?
Yes. The point is this. How do you explain the special relationship with the United States when British companies get threatened if they trade with the Socialist Republic of Cuba? I mentioned Cadbury's have to prove to America every year.
Hang on a second. Look,
they do
this is a
not
great
purchase
tour, Doris, on
sugar
the entire
from
foreign
Cuba.
policy. What is your point?
The point is what I just said. Please explain our special relationship with the United States, because we've gone to war with them.
Fine. Yeah,
well, I think it's important to distinguish between America and Americans on the one hand and the Bush administration on the other. Many of the points you've just made were being made at the Democratic Convention last summer, which I attended, when Senator Kerry was adopted as the Democratic candidate, and we all know he failed to be elected. So it's wrong to assume that American opinion, political opinion, is monolithic. But you're quite right to raise this question, because in the minds of many people, the Prime Minister's strategy of staying close to President Bush, and as a result, believing that he could exercise influence on President Bush, has not, so far as the rest of us think, worked to any great extent. And that is why I believe very firmly in the view that part of the responsibility of the next government is to redefine that relationship so that we have a partnership of influence. Partnership, yes, in which there will always be a senior partner. The United States is the United States is the major military and economic power in the world. And we have to have a relationship with it. I want that relationship, though, to be more securely based in our relationship with Europe. And that, I think, will meet some, if not all, of the points you're making.
Malcolm Rifkin.
Well, I agree with some of what Ben Campbell has said, but, you know, there's a crucial point here. Previous British Prime Ministers, including Labour Prime Ministers like Harold Wilson, have wanted to be close to the United States, but the support has never been unconditional. Harold Wilson refused to send troops to Vietnam when Lyndon Johnson wanted them to. Margaret Thatcher used to handbag Ronald Reagan, for example, when he invaded Grenada. The Blair problem is that Blair, either through inexperience or naivety, has allowed his support to seem totally unconditional. So that not only on Iraq, when, for example, the Bush administration changed its policy on the Middle East and decided to recognize Israeli settlements on the West Bank, suddenly Blair, who'd been against this, said, well, we understand why it might be necessary now to refine our policies.
We wouldn't actually get progress in the Middle East
Rifkin,
peace process were it not for Tony Blair.
You'd have gone to war the same as Tony Blair, same as the Democrats say. You'd have all gone to war.
Why?
Because you've embraced the United States. It's completely out of control, and they're just bombing any country that's opposed to the United States policy. on economics and all the rest of it.
Simply not true.
Well, Jeremy, can I just
It's
make
true.
the point? We would
It's
not be
not.
making the progress, slow and difficult though it is, on the Middle East peace process, were it not for Tony Blair, our Prime Minister, insisting that we had to make that progress, and his discussions with George Bush taking that course. We disagree with the American administration under George Bush in a whole number of areas, and everybody knows on climate change we're in favour of the Kyoto
Yeah, but you don't
Treaty.
get anything out of it.
You know, the most powerful statement was
that's
made.
not true,
The
actually.
most powerful statement that was made was made by the former British ambassador to Washington, Sir Christopher Marr, who sat in on the meetings that Bush and Blair had before the Iraq War. And Christopher Marr said on the BBC, and he was the ambassador at the time, he said, you know, the British Prime Minister said he was going to be totally supportive of the United States in public, but very candid in private. He said, well, I attended those meetings, and he wasn't candid in private. He was as supportive in private as he was in public. And that is a great waste of an opportunity for a British Prime Minister.
Well, look at the results. If we take the Middle East peace process, the single most important foreign policy area that we need to crack and crack soon, we would not be making the progress. I do not believe that the Bush administration would have come out so clearly for the first time an American president to support a two-state solution of an independent Palestinian state, were it not for British pressure, specifically by the Prime Minister.
About progress? You've just
Hang on,
invaded
hang
Iraq.
on, chum. You've had a good say. Let him finish.
You've just invaded
we
Iraq.
obviously disagree on Iraq, but I'm saying,
Well,
nevertheless...
one dwarfs the other. You're
All
talking
right,
about
nevertheless...
progress
Okay,
in the
listen,
Middle East.
Miro Joshi, you were
solving
a first
the
time
Middle East
voter,
peace process
the
is
same
really
constituency. Did this question of foreign policy influence how you voted?
The war in Iraq obviously was a big part, but for me personally, it didn't really affect my voting. Not in such a big way. Obviously, Enfield, Southgate, that constituency has hit the news in a big way this morning because Stephen Twigg is no longer the MP there. I actually was quite surprised at that because a lot of people around there like him. He's a nice man. I remember when I was a bit younger, he used to come around to my school and things like that, and I did vote for him because I think rather than focus on the war, I like what he's done around that area.
Do you trust Tony Blair?
Yes, because having seen him in person, I had the chance this election to go to a few press conferences and things. He has something about him, I don't know, that he seems to know what he's doing, and although, yes, he's made some mistakes and he has lied and things like that, I think that the greater goods come out of it.
You made this big attack in your party on the Prime Minister's trustworthiness.
Yes.
It was a mistake, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was. I mean, the public will make their own judgment, and we believe that what we said very much corresponded to what a very large number of people in Britain, even people who voted Labour, a lot of people in Labour used to think that Blair was their greatest ally. Now, you have to ask yourself, why was it when Labour parliamentary candidates were invited to be photographed with Mr. Blair for their election addresses, and they all queued up in '97 and 2001. On this occasion, I don't know whether you had him on your election address, Peter.
I did, actually,
you were one of a minority of Labour candidates,
But you
no doubt
know,
out of
Malcolm,
loyalty that did so.
You know that actually the vitriol of Michael Howard's attacks on Tony Blair backfired, even amongst Conservative supporters who were repelled by it. You know that.
Well,
it lost you support.
look,
because politics shouldn't be conducted in that
And
way.
yet, well, exactly. Don't we have an obligation, politicians and journalists too, to be fastidious in the language that we use, particularly in the heat of a general election? And the accusation of lying is one which, in my judgment, should never be made unless you are satisfied beyond all reasonable doubt that it's justified. And in that case, in that particular instance, then I think it had a discreditable effect on the general election campaign. Now, I'm someone who's been as critical, I think, of Tony Blair as just about anyone else in the country. But you should not use language of that kind unless you're in a position to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt.
Yes, you, sir, in the back.
Isn't it true, Mr. Rifkin, the politics of the gutter, which were used by the Tories throughout the campaign, only breeds distrust about politicians?
Well,
and it's contributed to the downfall of political debate.
Well, I don't accept your premise. I mean, yes, Michael Howard used strong language. Yes, we have used very robust ways in describing the problems that the country is facing. And that's, you know, we're all grown up. We can take a good, robust debate. But when you say politics of the gutter, I think that may reflect your own personal judgment. I do not believe that accurately describes our campaign.
Well,
and I
Mr.
don't think the
Rifkin,
electorate
it reflects the result in the country, doesn't it?
Well, no,
because
we won...
clearly Michael Howard has lost the election.
Well, of course we lost the election, but we won 40 seats that we didn't have before, and that is the first time we've done that for the last 11 years.
At a time when the Labour Party is supposed to be at an all-time low.
Well,
and you think that's a credible result?
I don't think the Labour Party is at an all-time low. The Labour Party is doing a lot worse than it's done for the last 10 years. But it clearly still commands enough support to form a government at this time.
Malcolm, just on the facts, you're polling no higher in the number of MPs than we did as a Labour Party in 1983, which was our worst result in modern
yes,
history.
and at that time you had 27% of the vote, and we last night had 33%.
But in actual numbers of MPs,
Sure,
you were at an
that's the
all-time
electoral-
low compared with our...
There are always uncertainties.
Our result in 1983.
I can hear the case for proportional representation being made any minute.
No, that's not the case I'm making. I'm simply...
Sounded like it.
No, I'm simply saying...
Let's get a question in the back row there.
Sure,
Gentleman in the white shirt, go on.
During the campaign, I had a real problem with this liar word. Having said that, I wouldn't have trusted Tony Blair to tell me whether it was raining outside or not. The feeling I had was that here we have somebody of such strong convictions that once he's got an idea in his head, he develops partial deafness and partial blindness. And that can, in its own way, be as dangerous as somebody who's actually setting out to mislead. Is he going to start listening better now and forming perhaps more balanced judgments?
Do you think he'll listen better in the third term?
Well, he's already said that the result effectively shows people wanted Labour re-elected as him as Prime Minister, but wanted us to listen more and wanted us to learn more from the electorate, and he's accepted that result. I think that's crystal clear in the outcome. They said the Tories were not fit to govern, Michael Howard was not fit to be Prime Minister, where they wanted Labour back, but saying you've got to do it in a different way, and we intend to do that.
But you know, whenever Tony Blair says he's going to listen, it's rather like when he said after the Iraq War, I accept full responsibility. It's wonderful words. It doesn't actually mean anything.
But he's Prime Minister, of course he accepts full responsibility.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually...
Where else does the buck stop?
Normally when somebody accepts full responsibility for something that's gone drastically wrong, you resign. You know, you don't just use the words and then carry on as before. And that's what he does. He does it on every issue.
Or are you suggesting we should pull out if you say it's gone drastically wrong?
What I'm saying, as soon as possible, certainly. What I'm saying, no, don't try and change the subject. What I'm saying,
you raised it.
What I'm saying is that Blair has a marvelous gift with words. He will say, "I accept full responsibility. I am going to listen." What the people are entitled to say is, will his behaviour actually change? Will he be less arrogant than he's been for the last 8 years? And
Hang
time
on
will
there.
tell.
Peter Snow's got some poll analysis information. Peter.
Jeremy, this may fuel our discussion. We asked people over this last weekend, the last few days, we've been asking people why they would be reluctant to vote Labour. We got some quite interesting answers. On the whole, Iraq and the trust in Blair dominated it. We also got some people saying that immigration influenced them away from Labour because they were obviously keen on the Tory policy on immigration. We also, interestingly, got answers like this. 12% said it was the neglect of the poor. Not, you may say, that very many people then saying that Labour wasn't looking after the dispossessed. Only 10% said that crime was a problem. And only 7%, interestingly, said that it was because services weren't better that they were reluctant to vote Labour. Let's look at the trust issue. Over to you, Jeremy.
Just watch this. This is the Prime Minister and Cherie Blair coming out of number 10, of course, on their way to Buckingham Palace. Not a journey that is, strictly speaking, constitutionally necessary, and he can't have very much to say, I suspect, when he gets to Buckingham Palace, except, I don't know whether you've been watching television, Your Majesty, but I'm still your Prime Minister, but I've got a majority that's reduced from 160 to 66, and I'm going to have to go away and think how I'm going to handle this. But anyway, off he goes to the palace. He's chosen an interesting moment in the morning, round about 11 o'clock, to go there, when I think he'll find, when he reaches the Victoria Memorial, that there are crowds of tourists, mainly foreign tourists, who've gathered there to watch the changing of the guard in the forecourt, which may give the impression that there are large crowds waiting there to cheer him, which will cheer him up a bit if they are there, but we shall see. And inside the courtyard of Buckingham Palace is Nicholas Witchell. Nicholas, when he gets there, what actually is the procedure? What happens?
David, as you say, there's no formal requirement as the incumbent Prime Minister for him to come here, but it's a matter of courtesy, and it's an important symbolic reminder, if you like, that he is, as Prime Minister, he's head of government, and it is the head of state. It is the Queen who invites him as the leader of the largest party in Parliament to form a government. Now, it'll be done very informally. He'll arrive here, he'll go to the King's door over there, he'll be taken up to the audience room where the Queen will be waiting for him. He hasn't seen the Queen since he came here on the 5th of April to seek the dissolution of Parliament. There have been no audiences during the campaign, but he will be there with the Queen, entirely a private meeting, a meeting that Mrs. Blair would not normally attend. There's no kissing of hands or any of that sort of thing, but the Queen informally will invite him on to former government, and that will be his cue then to depart back to Downing Street. He arrived, I think, 4 to 5 hours ago from the northeast, from his constituency of Sedgefield. He's perhaps had a chance to sleep very briefly, and now making his way along the Mall there towards Buckingham Palace.
Nick, are you certain she'll invite him to form a government? I mean, he already has a government. She doesn't need to say anything. He is her Prime Minister, and he has a government. He doesn't have to be invited, does he, to do anything?
David, there will be some, I'm sure, form of words, whether it will be as formal as that, but there will be some indication, well, here you are again, I gather you've got a majority, or clearly you've got a majority. I don't think that it will be framed in any sort of formal or official way, but there has to be just some indication from the sovereign, from the head of state, to, albeit the incumbent Prime Minister, that carry on, as it were.
Okay, well, so be it. You were in Sedgefield with him last night, weren't you?
Yes, indeed, and he sounded really quite moved in his speech at the Trimdon Labour Club.
Cars are just sweeping in. They're going to knock you over in a moment,
just
Nick,
in
but
through the past the Victoria Memorial, in through the Central Arch. We will catch sight of him momentarily, and here comes the Prime Minister's vehicle just sweeping.
You're going to doorstep him, Nick?
Courtyard.
Can you get to him?
I think we'll do that when he comes out. I suspect
good.
There will be no opportunity on this occasion. And there the Jaguar just coming to a halt by the King's door. One of the palace staff opening that rear door, and there the Prime Minister being greeted by an equerry and just waiting for Mrs. Blair. Good morning, Prime Minister. No, he's got other things on his mind. In he goes up to the audience room. An audience, well, when he came here on the 5th of April, it lasted, I think, 20 or 22 minutes, so perhaps time enough for that chat, for a cup of coffee, and then he will be out and on his way, the 10th Prime Minister that he is of Queen Elizabeth, on his way back, still as Prime Minister, to Downing Street.
Good try, Nick, anyway. We'll come back to you if you can doorstep him on the way out. Or maybe you'll have a chance to talk to Cherie Blair, because I'm not sure she has any role at this stage in the proceedings at all. I can't imagine why she's gone, but anyway, she has. Let's go back to Jeremy.
Stop winding Nicholas Witchell up in this way. It's very unfair for the poor chap. Right, we were talking about Tony Blair, but we should talk about some other leaders too. Sabina Ahmed, what did you think about Charles Kennedy leading the Liberal Democrats?
Very nice man, very few policies. But I ended up voting for him because I definitely wouldn't have voted for Conservatives or Labour.
So what was it you liked about him if he had few policies?
He came across as an honest man. He did not smear anyone. He wasn't calling anybody a liar. And he was not attacking a certain section of community as Mr. Howard was doing.
Well, I accept your generous endorsement of Charles Kennedy. On the matter of policies, I mean, we've got rafts of policies. I'll send you a copy.
None of them add up, Nick, either.
They all add up. 16 pages of manifesto and 16 pages of detailed costings as well.
Well, I actually quite like Charles Kennedy. I didn't think maybe that some of his policies were workable, but he did make one interesting point of having citizens' pensions, which is an area that I'm very interested in, because having been in employment for most of the last 47 years, I get 19 pence a week state pension.
19 pence?
19 pence, and because I'm still working, it's taxed.
Right.
So I would actually like to see more done in the pensions area for women, and Kennedy did have a policy there.
Well, okay, I think fair enough. Let's go to. We've got a contribution now from Dover. We have David Ridley there, man of the cloth. We can see. What's troubled you about this campaign?
Well, during the election campaign, both the Conservative and Labour parties have vied with each other to come across as more tough and ruthless on issues of immigration and asylum. The tactic seems to be to have played upon people's fear and insecurity, with little concern about what that might mean for individual refugees or community relations. And for those of us who've been working in the community to build bridges, it's made a hard task more difficult. And I'd like to ask the panellists how they would see we should go forward to repair some of the damage that's been done and put across a more positive image of immigration issues.
Malcolm Rifkin.
Well, I agree it's an incredibly sensitive issue, and it does have to be handled in that way.
Incredibly sensitive issue, which you exploited to great effect during the election
No, forgive me,
campaign.
that is grossly unfair, because if the mainstream parties, Labour, Conservative, Liberal Democrats, don't seriously address the issue of how you have a workable immigration policy, then you create a vacuum. And that vacuum will then be filled by the wild men of the BNP. It's exactly what happened in France. Jean-Marie Le Pen's National Front came second in their presidential elections. Why? Because the French at that time thought nobody else was addressing the issues they were concerned about. Now, we don't want that to happen here. So the subject has to be addressed. I entirely accept it has to be addressed in a responsible, a constructive, and a forward-looking way.
Well, I entirely accept Malcolm Rifkin's analysis. I'm not sure it stands comparison with the approach taken by Michael Howard. Let's take the issue, for example, of asylum. There's far too many efforts to conflate these two. Asylum is separate and distinct. We have legal and moral obligations under the 1951 United Nations Convention. The Conservative position apparently is that if you're the 10,000th refugee in a year when 10,000 is the figure, you'll get in. But if you're the 10,001st, you'll be turned away. Now that seems to me to raise precisely the sort of issues which the previous contributor was getting at. And on the issue of immigration, you've only got to go into hospitals in this country. You've only got to go into the food processing industry. You've only got to go into hotels to realize that a large part of our economy depends upon immigrants and immigration. Let me give you a story. I went to Malvern during the course of the election campaign. I went into a scientific laboratory which is trying to work out ways of ensuring that the drugs used for treating cancer are more effective by, as it were, spacing out their effect. I looked around the laboratory. It was like the United Nations. There was a Malaysian, there was a Chinese, there was an American, there was a Brit, and the person who was showing me around was French. That's precisely the kind of benefit that immigration brings to our country.
To address specifically the point that was made by our contributor in Dover, given that this has all been now forced very much to the front of public attention as an issue during this election campaign, how do you go about trying to restore and improve community relations, Peter?
Well, first of all, we've got to define what we really mean. People fleeing tyranny have always been given sanctuary in Britain, and they always should do. Secondly, people who come to fill a gap in the labour market, as Ming described, should always be able to do that if there's a job to be filled. Thirdly, there's a problem of illegal criminal people smuggling, and that's where the real problem has been. Now, the problem with the Conservatives and Michael Howard is they raised this issue and exploited it, and I think did so in a very, very extreme way, but proposed no effective solutions. A fantasy island. They said they'd put people on an island. Where is this island? And a number of other measures that didn't work. And if I could just add one final point on this, their former immigration minister, Charles Wardle, that I think Malcolm worked with in government, he said their policies are unworkable, would make the situation worse, and actually it was all started under the Conservatives, the chaos which we inherited. We've got policies to make it better with electronic surveillance in and out, so that you've got to swipe yourself in and out again, with stiffer border controls, doing a whole lot of things like imposing bonds in certain circumstances, and I think that will get it under control.
Diana Randall, I believe you've got... let's have a quick look there, pictures of them changing the guard at Buckingham Palace and changing the political guard inside at the same time, no doubt. But Diana Randall, what's your view on this?
I think he was perfectly correct to bring up the subject.
You mean Michael Howard was?
Michael Howard, because we must be free to discuss things. Nobody must be frightened of discussing things. We're a mongrel race historically, and yet we're still tolerant and democratic as a society, and the most important thing is that anybody who comes in must be made to understand that they have to abide by our democracy, our tolerance and our laws, and it's not being followed at the moment.
And it was a very significant point, Jeremy, because I noticed Peter Hain said all the things that the government were doing which will bring these matters under control. In other words, he was acknowledging that there has been a failure to bring them up to under control, and that's what we were trying to highlight. Because when you're
no, hold on. Solution, that's what
just let me finish the sentence, please. Because the problem we've had, you're quite right, is people claiming refugee status who were not genuine refugees. But the vast majority of those who were found by independent tribunals not to be genuine refugees.
I'm just going to cut across you there because David Dimbleby has some news. David.
No, I don't have news, but we're joined by the former leader of the Conservative Party who lost the election in 2001, William Hague, who's in Darlington this morning, having increased his majority in Richmond, in his constituency in North Yorkshire last night. But, Mr. Hague, the question I want to put to you is this. Michael Howard has only done a smidgen, 0.6%, better than you in terms of getting people to vote Conservative. It wasn't really a very good result, was it?
Oh no, it was a good result. I had a great difficulty at the last election turning the votes into seats. You'll remember that we narrowed the gap between Labour and Conservative in votes at the last election. We didn't actually get any seats for it, or we only had a net gain of 1. Here you're looking at a net gain of whatever it is now, 30, 35 seats. That is a very significant achievement. I mean, and that is a big advance.
So your mistake, in other words, your mistake was not to go and get the vote out for the Tories in the right places. Is that what you're saying? And the skill of Michael Howard was to go to the right marginals and get the vote out there, even though the popular vote for the Tories is no different from what you got.
Well, certainly that has been changed. Our ability to turn votes into seats has clearly been transformed, but there is something on top of that, which is that the gap in the popular vote between the parties is now 3%, 36% to 33%. Now, who could put their hand on their heart and say that with that background, the Conservatives cannot win the next election? Clearly, that is a dramatically different situation from the outcome of the last 2 general elections, when in both cases, it was pretty hard to see the way back in one go to government when you looked at the results. You can see that from this result. You can see that in 4 or 5 years' time.
Do you look rather ruefully on what happened in this campaign? Because he was accused, rather as you were accused, you know, of having one particular big shot in his locker. In your case, it was the pound and wearing little gold pound signs on your lapel. In his case, it was immigration, which he went on and on and on about.
Well, we were both rather caricatured in turn by that, and of course he didn't go on and on about it. It was one of the 5 themes of Michael Howard's campaign. It was absolutely correct of him to have that as one of the themes of the campaign. It was one of the reasons people voted Conservative. But he fought a more broadly based campaign, actually, than the one we were able to fight in 2001. And I think that will continue. I think those Conservative campaigns will now be more and more broadly based.
Will they be broadly
I think
based?
The government are in for a very rough time.
Will they be broadly based to include you in the shadow cabinet if you're invited? You've been rather reluctant to go in up till now.
Oh, I don't know about that. I haven't excluded the possibility of doing that at some point in this Parliament, but I'm certainly not in any rush to do that, and I don't think that's what individuals do is not significant at this point. What is important is that Michael Howard has delivered a very good result. He deserves the unconditional support of the rest of the party, and there are a lot more Conservative MPs going down to Westminster next week.
So do you think there are going to be fewer voices in the party wondering whether you might be leader once again of the Conservatives?
Oh, I certainly hope so. I mean, it's not my intention ever to be the leader of the Conservatives again. So I will play my part in some way. Delighted to be re-elected for Richmond with an increased majority last night, so I will always be serving my constituents. But I'm certainly not looking to be leader of the party again, and I don't think anybody need be looking to be leader of the party again, because I hope Michael Howard is going to be doing it for quite some time.
And you're ruling it out for yourself anyway, ruling out.
No, I've done that before. As I say, I don't rule
no,
out.
I'm just asking you to do it again, that's all. I'm asking you to do it again this Friday morning. Nice to top up, you know.
I rule it out this Friday morning and next Friday morning and whenever. But as I say, I don't rule out being on the front bench at some stage in the future. I haven't decided about that, and it would, of course, depend on the circumstances and the position offered. But I am very pleased that the party has made an advance that we hoped, of course, to have made at the last election. We didn't manage it then, but this is a very significant advance. This coming Parliament will be so different from the last 2.
Mr. Hague,
and I think ministers are going to be in for a shock. Thank you.
William Hague, thank you very much for joining us. And as we are talking, Charles Kennedy arrives at the Liberal Party headquarters in Cowley Street. Simon Hughes greets him there. I don't know whether he's going to speak or not. We think not at the moment, just going inside, first of all. In a few minutes, no doubt, he'll come out and will speak, and we will be there when he does. So, Peter, let's just have a look at what you've got for us on the Tories this morning.
Yes, I mean, if Iraq and mistrust of Mr. Blair were powerful reasons not to vote Labour, as people told us, what about their reasons for not voting Conservative? Well, here are some quite interesting ones, David. The biggest one we found was that people thought the Tories were too like Labour. 15%, their first choice was that they thought this a Conservative party was too like the last Conservative government. They didn't like the last Conservative government. They had bad memories, so no thank you, not Conservative. And 14% said they didn't like Mr Howard's leadership. So Mr Howard, not by any means the main reason for people not voting Conservative. A few other reasons. Here we are. What would make you more likely to vote Conservative? Well, here people said, interestingly, when we asked them, supposing the NHS and schools could be made more efficient and better by having charges on some items, how would you feel about that? 21% said yes to that. On the other hand, 20% said, no, keep up spending just like the Labour Party spends. And then we asked people again about Mr Howard, would it be better if he went? 14% said he was the issue. And then, finally, I think we have some more for you. Yes, we asked what would make you more likely to vote Conservative, and 12% said it was the European Union was the issue. Only 12%, you might say, when you think how heavy that big that issue was last time. Tax cuts, only 11% said they wanted bigger tax cuts. And finally, only 9% said that they wanted less on asylum. So again, powerfully here, it seems to be the issue of services. What do you do about services? Spend what Labour's spending, or even consider introducing charges? David.
Thanks, Peter. It always seems to me a bit odd when people, what would make you more likely to vote Conservative, to people who may not really be considering voting Conservative. Ditto with Labour, or Liberal Democrats. What puts you off? Or do you give
Yes,
it credence?
I agree. Those are very difficult questions to conjure with. One point that struck me very forcefully is that the Conservative Party appears already before our very eyes to be divided on how to interpret this election. One lot, and William Hague was speaking for them just a moment ago, suggested that there was now only a 3-point gap between the parties. The Conservatives were on their way. One more heave and we'll be back in power, so we don't need to do very much. Another view is that the Tories have gone up from 31 to 32 to 33, that this just isn't good enough, that the Conservative Party has pretty completely to reinvent itself, to rethink its philosophy. Norman Tebbit was almost hinting at that earlier on. And I think we're going to see quite a struggle within the Conservative Party between the holders of those two views. A need for radical change on the one hand, and steady as she goes, we're getting there on the other.
I've got a test question for you just before we go over to Jeremy. We've had some emails in.
Is this a sort of pub quiz?
Yeah, it's more than a pub quiz. It's the kind of thing that psephologists talk to themselves about. What's the largest majority that's ever been successfully overturned in one election, and when did it occur? Andrew Dean from Rumsey in Hampshire.
Well, I can't comfortably go back to the 18th century, but certainly in the last 100 years there have been a couple of occasions when very large majorities have been overthrown. One was the Tory Unionist majority that was overthrown by the Liberals in 1906, and the other was in 1945 when Labour took on a very large Conservative majority, elected 10 years before, and on an enormous swing overthrew it.
I suspect behind this is, could Labour be out at the next election with a majority of 66 in one go?
And the answer is yes.
But not this time round. Okay. And one other thing, what's the comparative size, we've talked about this, of the electorates in the various constituencies, Labour, Conservative and Liberals? This is from Gordon Richardson in Bristol, who says that without having noted it down, the number of votes cast in many Labour seats are significantly smaller than those cast in Conservative and Liberal seats, the actual number of seats.
Oh, that's absolutely right. The electorates in Labour seats are consistently much smaller than the electorates in Tory seats, and frequently in Labour-held seats, safe Labour seats, the turnout is also lower. So although he didn't take notes, he observed very accurately what was going on.
OK, we're keeping a close eye on Cowley Street and waiting for Charles Kennedy to come out. The yellow balloons are in place, the press is in place, but these things can often take a moment or two, and it's a good moment perhaps to go back to Jeremy while we wait for Charles Kennedy to come out.
Yes, well, while we wait for Charles Kennedy to arrive, Malcolm Rifkin, how is the Conservative Party ever going to get back into government?
Well, I agree with William Hague that we've got a much smaller gap between ourselves and the Labour Party, and that's very encouraging. I also take the view that there were considerable disappointments last night, which we shouldn't conceal. because we did extremely well in London and in the south. We did not do well in the Midlands or in the north or in Scotland. There are very large numbers of constituencies.
OK, Charles
which
Kennedy,
are still
I'm just going to
not-
interrupt you. Charles Kennedy just emerged, and I think he's going to speak.
First of all, I would like to thank everybody here at party headquarters who have worked so hard and helped achieve so much for the Liberal Democrat cause in the course of this election campaign. Secondly, I'm looking forward very much indeed to welcoming a whole show of new parliamentary colleagues in the next House of Commons in a few days' time. And I would say to people, just have a look at the quality and the calibre of the women that are coming in as new Liberal Democrat MPs and men who are joining us too, because I think that this whole election has been a story of us becoming much more like the society that we seek to represent. Third thing I would say is that overall this general election has clearly resulted in a new House of Commons, which I think will be much healthier in a party political sense than what the last 8 years have been. That the government cannot ride roughshod over people's instincts, people's inspiration, people's views, and that we will have a major role to play in that. And if you look at where we have gained seats in this election, we are now, with a view to the next general election, well poised to begin the task of providing the real alternative to this Labour government. I congratulate Mr Blair on his victory. I think that there are very serious questions, however, for parliamentary democracy, that victory can be gained on such a low level of support. And I'm very encouraged by the highest level of support that we have achieved compared with previous elections in this campaign. So, reasons to be cheerful. Over to you. No, I don't think it's about that, Eleanor. I think that what's happened in this campaign, in this election, is that the Conservative Party, despite the successes that they have achieved in certain seats, have been relegated very much to a party of the southern England. Now, the Liberal Democrats have emerged as a truly national political party across the entire swathe of England, in Wales, in Scotland too. And that, I think, is going to be very significant with a view to the politics that will develop over the next few years.
Aren't you disappointed that your anti-war message didn't win over more voters?
I think that what people felt about us, and in terms of our stance in the war in Iraq, was that we were principled, we were consistent, and we were credible. And I think the results show that. And that's something to work on very much over these coming years. Greg.
Given that you had an unpopular government and a Conservative Party that arguably was in a weak position. And mustn't you rethink now your appeal to Conservative supporters with some of your policies like higher taxes and a local income tax?
Well, I think in politics, as in life in general, probably you can always do better, and we all strive to. But I do think that the way in which we put forward our appeal as a party, the policies that we put into the public debate, I think that with a view to the longer term, these have served us very well indeed. And this, after all, is the very best result in our cause, our philosophical and political cause, that we've had for many, many generations. So I think I have reasons to be optimistic, and I think all the people here have very good reasons to be optimistic as well. I'm sorry. Yes. I think the Leeds North West result was a fantastic result. I'm absolutely delighted by the win there. It was one of my last visits in terms of the campaign itself. It felt that it was going very well, and I'm very pleased that we've made it. And I think that's the important thing with a view to the future. The Liberal Democrats, now with parliamentary representation in many of our big cities of a type and of a stature that we've not had before, that's a very, very good omen for the future. It really is. Okay. Sorry, Tanya.
Party of the left, because the gains you've made have been from
I think that we are profoundly a party of the future as of today, profoundly so, because the Conservatives, do recall, have not been able to get their national share of the vote above and beyond anything that they have lost 2 general elections on already, and now a third. The real story of this election, I think, is that when the tide goes out, as one day inevitably it will for Labour, people will look for a national, credible political alternative. And I think they've got it in front of them, and it's the Liberal Democrats.
I'm sorry you can't hear the questions being put here. You have to make up your own questions to fit the answers Charles Kennedy's giving.
I think at the end of the day that people focus in on their own constituency considerations, and that's what happened. But there is no doubt whatsoever that the force of our party in the course of this campaign was a major factor in the Conservatives not being able to make more progress. And of course it gives the lie completely to Tony Blair's claim that voting Liberal Democrat somehow elects Michael Howard as Prime Minister. Quite clearly it does not. Well, I thought that in those seats we were well placed and well positioned, but there may have been a focus of minds to prevent the slide getting even worse than it was. The fact of the matter is, the British Conservative Party in the year 2005 is having to fight tooth and nail to preserve heartlands. It's not actually making much in the way of national, UK national extension. Okay. I hear a voice, but I can't see.
Can you comment on your gains in Wales, please?
Beg your pardon?
On your gains in Wales.
I'm delighted by the gains in Wales. I mean, it's very good indeed. In Scotland and in Wales, I think it's been very significant the way in which we have come through and made progress. And those MPs are going to be good MPs for Wales, no doubt about that. And the health, again, of Welsh politics, I think, has been improved as a result of this election.
Charles Kennedy on the steps of the Liberal Democrat Party headquarters. I'm sorry again you couldn't hear the questions that were being put. Now, the Prime Minister's car is waiting in the courtyard. Nicholas Witchell, how long has he been in there? Is this a long audience, do you think, for such a brief formality as we were talking about earlier?
David, it's slightly more than 20 minutes now, isn't it? He arrived, I think, went in at about 11:05. It's now coming up to 12:30. I know that the palace people are slightly concerned that he's going to clash with the changing of the guard, which, of course, takes place, well, pretty much now, 11:30. That ceremony will be taking place out in the forecourt. So unless he comes out rather quickly, there may be a little bit of a tangle when the vehicles make their way out through the forecourt. But yes, 20-25 minutes now. It's 31 days, of course, since he came here on April the 5th to seek that dissolution of Parliament. And we await, perhaps he's having a job interview or something, or perhaps he's having second thoughts. No, it is taking rather longer than is customary for these things, particularly since, of course, there is no great formality to go through. But one imagines that Mrs. Blair will, perhaps she's been in the entire audience, though that wouldn't be normal, clearly. But
well, the changing of the guard is just happening now. So if he tried to leave, he'd confront the brigade of guards and find it impossible to get through at this moment. You can't see it, but we're watching it here. And
yes, I can see it, in fact.
That will be severely disrupted, I tell you, by the Prime Minister driving through.
Yes, well, he would come out of the archway to the right-hand side as you look at it, the right-hand side as you're looking at it now. So he could perhaps just discreetly make his exit. But it is a little bit of a problem that the critical time of 11:30 has now passed, so that ceremony has begun. And as you mentioned earlier, there are hundreds of tourists and curious onlookers now who have come to see the changing of the guard and who really aren't terribly interested in a departing newly appointed Prime Minister.
Nicholas, how often does he have audiences with, or of, as it's properly put, the Queen? And do you know anything about their relationship? Because you're closely watching the palace and their goings-on.
It's normally once a week on a Tuesday. Of course, Mr. Blair has been rather less scrupulous, it is said, about those audiences than some of his predecessors. Pressure of work, particularly, of course, during the run-up to the Iraq War, but at other times, and those audiences have sometimes not occurred every week.
Is that resented at the palace?
I think there's a degree of understanding. I think there have been occasions when there has been some concern that the scrupulous way in which Prime Ministers normally abide by the protocols of audiences have not been abided by this particular Prime Minister. But as so far as one can tell with these things, and David, you know, it's awfully difficult to discern what is the nature of a relationship between the Queen and a Prime Minister, but so far as one can tell, it is a good relationship because
changing of the guard or the Prime Minister, and we'll be back when he comes out. And in the meantime, let's rejoin Jeremy Paxman. Jeremy.
Indeed, let's put Nicholas Wishel out of his misery there, filling endlessly. We'll stay on the pictures there while we continue to discuss. You were making a very interesting point before you so rudely interrupted, Malcolm Rifkin.
Right, it happens all the time.
About the disappointment that the Conservatives had felt last night.
What I said was, and I do think it's a very important point, we made quite important gains from both the Labour Party and from the Liberal Democrats, and that's partly because the Liberal Democrats have positioned themselves to the left of the Labour Party. In doing so, they lost a whole swathe of seats back to the Conservatives last night. So that was a good result. But we have to be also frank that we did very well in London and parts of the south. We didn't do so well in terms of winning seats in either the Midlands or the North or in Scotland. And we have to ask ourselves why that happened, and we actually have to try and make sure that can be rectified in time for the next election.
But it will require a fundamentally different approach, won't it?
Well, we've got to actually articulate with the many millions of people who have voted Conservative in the past, some of whom we have now won back over the last few years, but there's a lot we still haven't won back. And we've got to find out why, we've got to identify the common ground that we can have with those people in order that we can actually get rid of the government at the next opportunity.
I'm tempted to make some corny observation if only your party was as disciplined as those chaps in front of Buckingham Palace, but I'll resist the temptation. And then we ought to discuss one other thing, which is the question of turnout. Although we're not going to actually see you, Sarah White, can you just tell us what your point is about turnout here, your concern?
The concern is that nobody is interested anymore. That's why there's such poor turnout. I didn't vote myself because I feel there is no real choice for myself to vote.
Don't you think it's part of the deal? You live in society, you ought to vote.
No, we were given the right to vote by people a very long time ago, who none of us actually know, or we know by name, but they gave us the right to either vote or not to vote. And I've chosen not to vote because there is not a right vote for me.
Don't you forfeit any right to pass any kind of comment if you can't be bothered to vote?
No, I can be bothered to vote if there are the right people in power.
Well, everything in life is a choice of the lesser of two evils, isn't
Yes.
it? Or three evils, perhaps.
Well,
see, I mean, that is a genuine, widely held concern. You hear it everywhere. Go into any pub in the land and you can hear that point of view expressed. And it's not an unreasonable one, Peter Hain, is it?
No, it isn't in one respect, although my mother and father went to jail to get the vote for Nelson Mandela and black South Africans.
Not
and
personally.
Well, they did, actually, but they did go to jail for it and were forced into exile, and I value the vote very preciously. But one of the things I think has happened...
I think, actually, we're just going to go back to Buckingham Palace, because I think the Prime... Sorry to interrupt you. I think the Prime Minister's actually emerging now. Yes, he is, with Cherie Blair, and just getting into the car there at the inner courtyard at Buckingham Palace. No question from Nicholas Witchell this time.
I think we're going over to Nicholas Witchell.
David?
And they are going to slide out past changing the guard. They can make it before they're trapped by another manoeuvre. No, there they go, sliding away. So the Prime Minister leaving Buckingham Palace. Round the back. Tony Blair's first U-turn of this government, of this new Parliament. Well, mix and match ceremonial there as he goes back up the Mall. Nicholas, you couldn't see it happening in the forecourt, but it's quite a funny collision of the two.
Yes, well, I did shout a question, David. I asked him if he got the job. He looked rather pained, with a rather pained expression in my direction, didn't reply, but I think we may safely assume that he has. So yes, a rather longer audience than we had imagined, but now Anthony Charles Linton Blair returning on his 52nd birthday, of course, as you've mentioned.
It's as difficult asking questions of the Prime Minister as it is of asking questions of Prince Charles, Nick.
You can get yourself into terrible trouble shouting these questions. I couldn't see whether he was muttering under his breath as he left.
That bloody man Witchell, he was probably saying, what's he doing here?
Possibly, that awful man, yes. Well, I've been around some days and weeks now, so yes, I'm sure he's undoubtedly come to that conclusion.
Nick, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Buckingham Palace. Prime Minister goes down the Mall then, and we'll catch up with him maybe at number 10 Downing Street in a moment. When you remember in '97, he came into Downing Street and there was a huge crowd greeting him, mainly entirely actually, of Labour Party supporters who'd been issued with flags and tickets to go to number 10. It was an example of fairly innocent spin, and we're expecting him to get out at the gates of number 10 now and to walk up. I don't know whether he's going to have crowds of supporters there or not, but James is there in Downing Street.
See a clean feed, yes.
James Landale, what's actually happening?
Well, what's happening is he's just driving fairly close to Downing Street now. The gates of Downing Street are open and the traffic is about to be shut. As you can hear, the helicopters are booming us out overhead. And we're told the Prime Minister will drive into Downing Street. He will stop halfway up. He will make a short walk. And then once he gets outside the front door, there's a microphone all ready for him where he will address us, give a short statement, and then he will go into Downing Street. And we're told we shall not see him for the rest of the day.
And James, is it just you, the press, and television, or is it other members of the public there as well, or Labour Party supporters, or is it just simply a press call?
Not a single member of the public is here. A lot of police, a lot of security as usual. And I have to say, one of the larger groups of press and other assorted hacks that I've seen here for a long time. Certainly none of the children that we had in 1997 waving flags. Certainly we don't have lots of party workers coming out to cheer him in. It's a fairly sort of sparse Downing Street.
It's rather like the speech this morning at the National Portrait Gallery when you compare it with the scenes at the Festival Hall at dawn on the Friday of the election in '97, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sure we all would have liked to have seen the pictures of Peter Mandelson and others dancing to the tune of Things Can Only Get Better, but sadly they deprived us of that pleasure. Well, here's the Prime Minister arriving now in Downing Street in his Jaguar, flanked by his security. Stopping just a few short yards away.
Good morning, everyone. As you know, I've just come from Buckingham Palace, where the Queen has asked me to form a new government, which I will do. It's a tremendous honor and privilege to be elected for a third term. And I'm acutely conscious of that honor and that privilege. When I stood here first, 8 years ago, I was a lot younger, but also a lot less experienced. Today, as well as having in our minds the priorities that people want, the government, has the experience and the knowledge, as well as the determination and commitment to deliver them. And the great thing about an election is that you go out and you talk to people for week upon week. And I've listened and I've learned. And I think I have a very clear idea of what the British people now expect from this government for a third term. And I want to say to them very directly that we, the government, are going to focus relentlessly now on the priorities the people have set for us. And what are those priorities? Well, first, they like the strong economy. But life is still a real struggle for many people, many families in this country. And they know that there are new issues. Help for first-time buyers to get their feet on the first rungs of the housing ladder. Families trying to cope with balancing work and family life. Many people struggling to make ends meet. Many families on low incomes who desperately need help and support to increase their living standards. Businesses who, whilst they like the economic stability, want us also to focus on stimulating enterprise, on investing in science and skills and technology for the future. It's very clear what people want us to do, and we will do it. Secondly, in relation to the public services, health and education, again, people like the investment that has gone into public services. They welcome it. I found absolutely no support for any suggestion we cut back on that investment. But people want that money to work better for them. They want higher standards, both of care and of education, for the investment we're putting in. And so we will focus on delivering not just the investment, but the reform and change in those public services. And I will do so with passion, because I want to keep universal public services, but know that the only way of keeping the consent for them is by making the changes necessary for the 21st century. And third, people welcome the fact that so many more people are in work and have moved off benefit and into work. But people still know there are too many people economically inactive who should be helped off benefit and into work. And they also know that on pensions today, whatever help we're giving for today's pensioners, tomorrow's pensioners are deeply concerned as to whether they'll have the standard of life that they want. People expect us to sort these issues. We will do so. And fourth, I've also learned that the British people are a tolerant and decent people. They did not want immigration made a divisive issue in the course of the election campaign. But they do believe there are real problems in our immigration and asylum system, and they expect us to sort them out, and we will do so. And fifth, I've been struck again and again in the course of this campaign by people's worry that in our country today, though they like the fact we've got over the deference of the past, there is a disrespect that people don't like. And whether it's in the classroom, or on the street, or in town centres on a Friday or Saturday night, I want to focus on this issue. We've done a lot so far with antisocial behaviour and additional numbers of police, but I want to make this a particular priority for this government. How we bring back a proper sense of respect in our schools, in our communities, in our towns, in our villages. And arising out of that will be a radical programme of legislation that will focus exactly on those priorities. On education, on health, on welfare reform, on immigration, on law and order. In addition, I know that Iraq has been a deeply divisive issue in this country. That's been very, very clear. But I also know and believe that after this election, people want to move on. They want to focus on the future in Iraq and here. And I know, too, that there are many other issues that concern people in the international agenda, and we will focus on those. On poverty in Africa, on climate change, on making progress in Israel and Palestine. So there is a very, very big agenda for a third-term Labour government. And as I said to you earlier, even if we don't have quite the same expectations that people had of us in 1997. Yet now we do have, I believe, the experience as well as the commitment to see it through. One final thing, which is that I've also learned something about the British people. That whatever their difficulties and disagreements with us, and whatever issues and challenges confront them, their values of fairness and decency and opportunity for all, and a belief that people should be able to get on hard work and merit, not class or background. Those values are the values I believe in, the values our government will believe in. Thank you.
Prime Minister, can you do everything you want to do with such a small majority?
Well, the Prime Minister being listened to by his wife Cherie, by Catherine and Nikki and Ewan, Leo, the young son, not there. He seems to be about to take a question, or is he? No, he's signalling that he's not going to take a question by moving the microphones away. And here comes Leo. Well, a family picture. There are times when the Prime Minister rather discourages photographs of his children, but this isn't one of them, the beginning of this third term. And the Prime Minister calling on the lessons he said he'd learnt from listening to voters during the campaign and giving a fairly firm steer of how he was going to handle this third term, including his view that he'd learnt that people now wanted, as he put it, to move on from Iraq. Well, whether that will happen or not, we shall see. James Landale was listening there in number 10. What did you make of it, James?
Again, I think the sense of not quite humility, but a recognition that the voters have sent a very clear message to him. This idea that he will do what the people, he says, have asked him to do, namely by focusing relentlessly, he said, on their priorities. We saw the Prime Minister going there. All his staff were inside, lining the corridor inside the front door of number 10 there, clapping him as he went in. The usual traditional welcome for the Prime Minister back from the Queen. But yes, very clearly saying that he wanted to look at new issues, not just the old issues but about health and education, but also the key theme he's been stressing in recent months, this idea of what he calls disrespect in our society, in the classroom, he said, in the street, in the town centres, something that he said he really wanted to focus on in this third-term Labour government. Also, other issues, he mentioned again Iraq, climate change, what he called a very, very big agenda for the third term. The big question, of course, is will he be able to do it with his smaller majority than he has had in recent years? Because that is the big question hanging over all the legislation that he's going to announce in the Queen's speech in a couple of weeks' time.
James, thank you very much, and I think we'd better leave number 10 because I'm afraid Peter Snow may pop out of that door any moment if we stay there much longer, and we'll find ourselves in one of his graphics. It's 10 to 12, 10 to midday, and let's hear the news from Fiona and a summary of where we've got to.
Thanks very much, David. Well, in the last few minutes, we just heard it there, Tony Blair has been speaking in Downing Street, having arrived back from Buckingham Palace, where the Queen formally invited him to form a new government. Last night, he won an historic third term, but with a vastly reduced majority.
When I stood here first, 8 years ago, I was a lot younger, but also a lot less experienced. Today, as well as having in our minds the priorities that people want, the government, has the experience and the knowledge, as well as the determination and commitment to deliver them. And the great thing about an election is that you go out and you talk to people for week upon week. And I've listened and I've learned. And I think I have a very clear idea of what the British people now expect from this government for a third term. And I want to say to them very directly that we, the government, are going to focus relentlessly now on the priorities the people have set for us.
But although the Conservatives fell far short of the number of seats they needed to displace Mr Blair, they're claiming last night's results as a great achievement. Michael Howard said his party's gains put the Tories in a stronger position to hold the government to account and said it showed the Conservatives were moving towards recovery.
For the Conservative Party, this election marks a real advance towards our recovery. The task which faces us in the next Parliament is to complete that recovery, and it's a task which I'm sure everyone in the Conservative Party will address with real relish.
The Liberal Democrats achieved their best result for more than 80 years, gaining 11 seats. They've now got more than 60 MPs for the first time since 1923. Their leader, Charles Kennedy, said Britain was now entering an era of three-party politics.
Overall, this general election has clearly resulted in a new House of Commons, which I think will be much healthier in a party political sense than what the last 8 years have been. That the government cannot ride roughshod over people's instincts, people's inspiration, people's views, and that we will have a major role to play in that. And if you look at where we have gained seats in this election, we are now, with a view to the next general election, well poised to begin the task of providing the real alternative to this Labour government.
A number of prominent personalities have become MPs at this election. They include the former Foreign Secretary, Malcolm Rifkin. He was here in the studio about half an hour ago. He won the safe Conservative seat of Kensington and Chelsea after 8 years away from Westminster. The Chancellor's right-hand man, his chief economic advisor, Ed Balls, he was here too, incidentally. He's elected to the Normanton seat. Both he and his wife, Yvette Cooper, are now MPs. And the Times columnist, Michael Gove, has won Surrey Heath for the Conservatives. One of the surprise victors, former Labour MP George Galloway, has called for Tony Blair to be sacked. Mr Galloway's Respect coalition unseated Labour's Una King in Bethnal Green and Bow after fighting an acrimonious campaign on the Iraq War. After his declaration, Mr Galloway said all the defeats New Labour had suffered were because of Iraq.
All the people you killed, all the lies you told, have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you.
Labour also suffered a major blow in Wales, losing what had been one of its safest seats, Blaen y Gwent, where an independent socialist candidate took the constituency on a 49% swing. Peter Law had resigned from Labour after an all-women shortlist was imposed on the constituency. 3 recounts are yet to be completed. Wirral West is being recounted for a second time. Labour's Stephen Hesford is facing a challenge from the Tory candidate, the former television presenter Esther McVeigh. In Harlow, a second recount has been suspended until tomorrow because the counters are too tired to continue. Where's their stamina? And a recount in Crawley has been suspended until noon today. The former television presenter, Robert Kilroy-Silk, failed to win a seat. The leader of Veritas polled just 6% of the vote in the Labour constituency of Erewash. And turnout was slightly up on 4 years ago, but still the second lowest since the First World War. Despite a big increase in the number of postal votes, only 61% of people voted. That's a 2% rise on the last general election. That's it for now. David, not too tired, I'm sure, unlike those counters. Back to you.
Thank you, Fiona. We've had a result in from St Ives, which we'd just like to see. St Ives in Cornwall.
Julie Michael, the Labour Party candidate, 6,583. Faulkner Michael Patrick, UK Independence Party, 2,551. George Andrew Henry, Liberal Democrats, 25,577 elected. Mitchell Christian Richard, Conservative, putting Cornwall first, 13,968. Slack Katrina, the Green Party, 1,738. There are a total of 153 ballot papers rejected, and the total number of votes recorded represented 67 0.74% of the registered electors.
So the Liberal
hereby
Democrats
declare
hold St Ives, which is the far western part of Cornwall, right down to Land's End. But the three bigger parties there, the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives and the Labour Party, all have their votes dented by UKIP, who saved their deposit on 2,551, and the Greens, who lost their deposit with 1,738 votes. There's the share, and just have a look at the change. You see, Liberal Democrats down a bit, Conservatives down a bit, Labour down a bit, and others, and the UKIP candidate up. 72% turnout, which is quite a percentage point.
Rather empty Downing Street, I'm glad to say, to explore a question that was put to Tory King earlier. Can you easily overturn a government? How easy is it to overthrow a majority like Mr. Blair's? Answer, not easy at all. Let's look back at history. Step forward, Michael Howard, please, up to the number of seats that you are forecast to have. Here's the Conservative leader coming up to the 198 that we're forecasting he will have in the new Parliament. Now, if he does as well as another leader in opposition fighting a third attempt to get back, Neil Kinnock, in 1992, he will add another 42 seats. That would not be enough to get the 324 seats he needs for an overall majority. Take him up to 240. He needs to do better than that. Go back to Harold Wilson in 1964, another opposition leader having a go winning a third attempt at government. 257, the 59 seats that would take him forward, just the 257. Again, far too short. The fact is that he has to go back to Tony Blair's great success in 1997. It doesn't happen very often. Yes, Clement Attlee did it in 1945, as Tony King said. Tony Blair, 147 extra seats in 1997. That would swing it for Mr. Howard. So it's a mighty difficult thing to do, but it can be done.
So it's an uphill struggle, Tony.
It is an uphill struggle. I take the view that the failure of the Conservatives significantly to increase their share of the vote is something they should be very worried about. They can improve on their performance, but they have to work at it.
OK, thanks so much. We join Jeremy, who's got a guest with him. Jeremy.
Indeed, David, it's a prominent Conservative, Oliver Letwin. When you look at those figures, Oliver Letwin, you are still miles and miles and miles off forming a government, aren't you?
Well, we're just beginning the Labour government. A much more effective opposition because it's a much more evenly balanced House of Commons, and one in which a resurgent Conservative Party will have an enormously enhanced ability to hold the government to account.
Why do you think you didn't do better in the election?
I prefer to focus on the fact that we've made very significant advances, and I think we will now obviously be looking at the whole of our strategy over the next few years, but we're starting from a position of increased strength, and of course that means a position of increased morale and an increased number of members of Parliament, and those are all very positive signs for us.
You have more members of Parliament, but in some seats your vote actually went down, and your share of the vote is still only, what, 33%. Now, when you look at that, you presumably have to start coming to some conclusions about how you try to dislodge a sitting government. Do you think, for example, that going around calling the Prime Minister a liar was an effective tactic?
Well, I'm not going to conduct with you now a complete review of all of our future strategy, but I'm absolutely clear that the campaign that Michael Howard fought, which is a campaign based on attending to the things that really matter to people, the schools and the hospitals and the police on the streets, or rather the lack of them, and the fact that people have paid an enormous amount of tax and not got the services, was the right campaign to fight. And I have to say, Jeremy, when I listened to the Prime Minister just now, which I've been sitting here patiently doing, my heart sank for the nation, because he was virtually parroting our election campaign, and he's a brilliant talker. He talked brilliantly just now, and he's capable of doing so almost infinitely. But the fact is, there hasn't been the delivery, and during the next 4 years,
look, you've
the
been saying that for 4 weeks,
Party
and no
will
one
hold the
believes
government to account on
Sure,
delivery.
absolutely, but you've been saying for
Well,
4
that's
weeks
not true,
hasn't.
Jeremy.
You've been saying for 4 weeks there hasn't been
very
any
large
delivery, and you have not increased
and the fact
your
is-
share of the vote. It didn't work. I'm asking you simply for some early indications of what you think tactically you might have done differently.
I don't think we needed to do anything tactically differently. I think what we need to do is to continue to pursue the strategy of bringing home to people that the issue here is not the fine talking, it is the delivery, it's the action to cure these problems. We will have ample opportunities as we go forward over the next months and years to bring home to people what I accept not enough people in this country yet see, but which an awful lot of people have seen in this election, which is that unless we take action to cure the real problems that people have, we're going to go on having a million people on waiting lists. We're going to go on paying huge taxes. I think we'll now see, as we've said through the election, significant tax rises because the government has a huge funding gap.
No,
and when people see that tax rise, they're going to ask themselves the question, what's it being spent on?
Yes, you've made that point repeatedly throughout the election campaign. Do you think it might have been...
and we will continue to make it.
Yes, doubtless, but unfortunately an insufficient number of people took you seriously. Do you think that may have been because in the end there is a problem with Michael Howard?
No, Jeremy, when you say that an insufficient number of people took us seriously, I don't accept that. I think we were taken very seriously.
Well, if a sufficient number of people are taking you seriously,
insufficient number of people voted for us. Well, no, that's not true. I think an insufficient number of people voted for us, that's certainly true, and we need to move from the point of being taken very seriously to persuading people not only of the critique that we've been putting forward of this government, but also of the fact that there are actions which can be taken to cure these problems. We can trust doctors and nurses to run our hospitals. We can trust teachers to run their schools. We can have a government that trusts people to get on with their lives and to run things for themselves in a way that actually delivers for the people who are their patients and their parents and their pupils.
Oliver Letwin, thank you very much for waiting. It looks lovely down in Dorset, but it's a bit windy. Thank you for waiting all that time in a gale. Thanks a lot. David.
It is lovely.
Well, on the roof of City Hall, with, again, a spectacular background behind them of Tower Bridge, Jeff Randall, the BBC's business editor, of course, and Sir Digby Jones, the Director General of the CBI. Jeff Randall, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard you this morning on television, I think it was, talking about the possibility of a downturn in business and the problems that a downturn would cause for this government. Am I right?
David, I'm afraid to say you weren't right. I wasn't on television this morning, but had I been on television, I probably would have said something like that. I'm sure that there is crumbling consumer confidence out there, and that will be the issue for the government in the forthcoming term.
What kind of reaction has there been then from the business community? I know you're going to speak to Sir Digby in a moment, but the city and the business community to this election result?
Well, given the long night you've had, David, I'd like to say there's rip-roaring action here in the city, markets behind me bouncing all over the place. Unfortunately, that's not the case. It seems that the city has taken this result completely in its stride. In the equity markets, the share prices are pretty much flat. In the currency market, sterling has dipped a little bit, but not significantly. And I think what's happened is this, that as you know, the city has always had a bluish tinge. It would have preferred a Tory victory. But what it really feared was a weak Labour victory, a very weak Labour victory, maybe 20 or 30 seats, in which case the government would have been vulnerable to pressure from the awkward squad, and that hasn't happened. I think by and large a majority of 65-70 is seen as workable, and the city is comfortable with the stewardship of Gordon Brown, but that's the view of the city. Business may have a different view. As you said, I'm joined by Sir Digby Jones, the DG of the CBI. Sir Digby, what does business think of all this?
What we want, of course, is a continuation of the stable economy that can absorb those pressures of a slowdown in consumer confidence and also manufacturing having a hard time and those commodity prices of oil and cement and steel going up. So we don't want a government that's constantly looking over its shoulder. We want them to keep the hammer really on public sector reform. We want them to carry on changing working practices in schools and hospitals and prisons, and at the same time we really need them to take some long-term decisions on transport to make sure that the things that don't get on the radar screen of putting big money into railways and roads carries on. and we want them to keep the pressure in Brussels, make sure Brussels doesn't march valiantly towards 1970 and actually really goes down the British way of reform. Now, the problem is, you've just heard, haven't we, from Tories and Liberals talking about how they'll keep the pressure on the government, but our worry is that Messrs Blair and Brown will have to be looking over their shoulder the whole time at left-wing, backbench Labour MPs, trade unions, all those pressure groups who are against everything I've just said. Yep. And the worry is that a government that's had its confidence rattled, without a doubt, that's seen, although it's a good majority, 60s, whatever, but it's certainly not the 160, 70 was. The problem you've got is they look over their shoulders, they don't carry on with the drive for reform, they don't take the unpopular decisions. Business, therefore, doesn't get the chance to exploit that stable economy. That's the big point.
All right, so Digby, many thanks. Davey, back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Jeff. Well, we go now down to Bethnal Green and Bow. Of course, the seat there was all the controversy about. Una King defeated by George Galloway last night. And Duncan Kennedy is there. Good morning, or should I can now say good afternoon, Duncan. Thanks for joining us. What's happening down in Bethnal Green this morning?
Good afternoon, David. Well, it's been waking up slowly after the exuberations of last night. Just to give it to you officially, I don't know whether you can see that. The headline says victory for George Galloway. And there's a tiny little picture of Una King down in the bottom right there. But essentially this place has been waking up to the news that Labour's massive majority have itself been overturned by George Galloway. He was here a couple of hours ago, cock-a-hoop, doing all the rounds of the media. In between then, he's gone home to get a bit of rest and we've been replaced by French tourists on Jack the Ripper tours. But various other people have been giving their comments and their reactions as to why they voted for him. Let's get a little sample now of what they've been saying. Who did you vote for?
Respect.
Why did you vote for George Galloway?
Because he didn't support the war in Iraq and Una King did.
Simple as that?
Yep, simple as that.
Voted Labour.
And why did you do that?
Because I wanted to vote for the government that I wanted to be in Westminster, but I think for this community, probably I might have considered voting Respect. He's been very vocal around here.
Who did you vote for?
Respect.
Why did you do that?
First of all, I think we need a change down this area. When Labour was around this area, it never helped out in any ways, and especially with the war and because of George Galloway is helping the Muslim.
Well, George Galloway himself says it wasn't. George Galloway himself says it wasn't just the war that got him elected here. He also says it was a vote against New Labour, what he calls New Labour. But there's no doubt that of the people we've been speaking to here this morning, in a place where 40% of the population are Muslim, that the war was the key issue, David.
And Duncan, what was Una King's record like as an MP for the constituency? Was she widely regarded, well regarded?
She was. You speak to various people here. We've been speaking to a lot of people here this morning, and they say it's not so much a vote against Una King as against Tony Blair and the war itself. She was a popular constituency MP. They've obviously got what they regard as something of a star in George Galloway. He's well known to them. He came in on this anti-war ticket. And he himself has been fairly magnanimous towards Una King, saying that she is a good parliamentarian and that she will be back in Parliament in future. But he chose this constituency because he felt as though...
Duncan, thank you very much for joining us. Well, we go down to the Conservative Party headquarters in Victoria Street. Jonathan Beale is there. We're waiting for Michael Howard to arrive. Jonathan, good afternoon.
Well, he's actually been and gone from
Oh, no!
Yes,
Oh, no!
Missed him. He was here. He addressed troops inside. He just drove into a back entrance. We didn't have a chance to have a word with him. And then clearly some of that time inside he was preparing his speech, which he's going to deliver in the next half hour or so down in Putney, one of the seats which the Conservatives took from Labour. So I think it's a difficult speech for him to make. He can't appear cocky because he hasn't got a lot to be cocky about, but he's got a sound upbeat. He wants to give an impression that the Tories are marching forward, which he said down in Folkestone earlier this morning. So I think it's a difficult balance to strike for him, this speech. But clearly that is the message he wants to get across, that the Tories are on the march forward.
So he's on his way to Putney and he should be there, what, in half an hour or so, maybe a bit more?
Maybe a bit less. From talking to staff who came out after that address he gave to them, that private address, inside Conservative campaign headquarters. They described it as, one person said it was inspirational, another person, Michael Ancram, said it was upbeat, and another person said, well, it was a speech that said, not this time, but next time.
Jonathan, thanks very much. We will, of course, go to Putney and be hearing him when he gets there, but we'll keep a sharp eye on that. In the meantime, we go to Northern Ireland, to Belfast, and Maxine rejoins us from there.
Hello there, David.
Hi
yes,
there.
counting now well underway here. Started at 9 o'clock this morning. They don't count in Northern Ireland overnight. 18 seats up for grabs right across the province. I'm in Belfast City Hall, where we're actually allowed to show you the counting as it takes place. These are 4 Belfast seats, of course, being counted here. The 2 main seats, though, that we're looking at in Northern Ireland today. Upper band, David Trimble in trouble. He's being under attack from the DUP. And then in foil, Mark Durkan, the leader of the SDLP. He's also under attack, this time from Sinn Féin. Well, joining me to discuss all of this is Professor Paul Bew from Queen's University and Fiona O'Connor from The Economist. Paul, first of all, how much trouble is David Trimble really in?
Well, from the start of this campaign, he's been fighting an election campaign in a context in which the opinion polls put his party a long way behind. There seems to be a strong surge within the unionist community towards the DUP. From what we're hearing in Belfast this morning, that has actually come about in large parts of Belfast. If anything like that surge is repeated in David Trimble's own constituency, he will be in serious difficulties, and he will be reliant to survive on tactical voting by Alliance supporters, SDLP supporters in that seat. It's going to be very tight indeed if he does survive. But this is a struggle for a man who's had many, many bitter and difficult struggles of this sort. This is the toughest.
So we could possibly see him losing his seat.
Oh, there is definitely a possibility. In the last few days, some of the betting in the constituency has swung back in Mr. Trimble's favour, but it is going to be very, very close whatever happens, and there is definitely a significant possibility that he will lose.
OK, Fiona, let's go to foil and Mark Durkan. Is he seriously in trouble with this attack from Mitchell McLaughlin from Sinn Féin?
He is. It's been very tight from the beginning. There is this perception generally that the SDLP has been hammered by Sinn Féin. If Mark Durkan loses the seat, I think it really is going to be a hammer blow. It's probably the end of his leadership. And what he's facing is a rise in the Sinn Féin vote generally. Not a particularly outstanding candidate in foil, but somebody who doesn't frighten unionist voters quite as much as some other Republicans do. And both candidates have really been trying to fight a campaign that stretches out beyond their natural supporters. Mark Durkan is going to depend on Protestant votes, really, to be sure of the seat.
Okay.
His own voters had stayed at home the last time.
And just on that issue of whom is voting for whom, it's changed, hasn't it? People who would normally have voted SDLP will now vote for Sinn Féin. People who would normally have voted perhaps Ulster Unionists will now vote for the DUP. Why?
In both cases, it's gone on over a period of about 4 elections, and it's really a case of the voters deciding they want the strongest, loudest voices in both communities speaking for them. As you know, it's 2 parallel elections here inside the communities for who will speak for each community, and Sinn Féin and the DUP have become the lead voices.
And Paul, with that being the issue, because we don't talk about health, we don't talk about education, we talk about the peace process here.
That's
but with
right.
that being the issue, if we see Sinn Féin and the DUP at the head of it again, what are we in for?
Well, you can't assume they won't do a deal for the very simple reason that they almost did a deal last autumn. You can't assume that. If they mean and stick to what they said on the campaign trail, then there won't be a deal. But the governments believe that there's considerable flexibility behind the scenes. So you can't assume that there won't be a deal. But one factor will affect the deal now, which is that if Mr. Blair has been weakened by the British general election, both the parties contain important leaders who are looking beyond Blair. We've had an IRA statement already referring to the transience of the Blair premiership. And there are certainly people in the DUP who would prefer to wait to see what a Brown premiership might bring. So the possibility is that this election, both because there's been a polarising outcome here and also because of the situation in Britain, may lead to a delay in breakthrough in the peace process is quite significant.
Fiona, we heard Gerard Adams' call to the IRA to give up, take up politics, to disband in effect. Why haven't we had any movement, and would you expect movement soon?
I think there might be movement inside the next month to 2 months, but no, it didn't seem likely that it would come before the election. That's not the way Republicans behave. They like to look as though they're emphasising their mandate. They always insist that Sinn Féin isn't the same thing as the IRA, though everyone knows they are joined at the hip. But the idea is to show that they can do very well in the vote and then relaxing in victory say, well, now is the moment when the IRA may make the move. Whatever move it is, of course, will have to be enough to satisfy unionists that they really are on the way out. And that, again, as Paul says, will play into the larger picture of, is this just going to be a moment of consolidation rather than a moment of leaping forward? And it probably is for both of them.
And Paul, if we look at the personalities within what are now going to be the two major groups, Sinn Féin with Gerry Adams and the DUP with the Reverend Ian Paisley, two big men, both in stature and also in the way they command their presence here in Northern Ireland.
Yes, that's true. They are now the dominant players. And if you look at what they said during the campaign, if you look, say, Martin McGuinness saying that the IRA would not be disbanding or standing down as part of the process, and you look at the DUP saying this week the IRA had to fully disband before there could be a deal. There doesn't seem to be the requisite common ground. And there are other difficulties, other ways the campaign has developed which have not helped that. But on the other hand, the hope of the governments is that they both have such power that if they decide that they are going to do a deal, then their supporters will go along with that.
OK, Professor Paul Pugh and Fionnuala O'Connor, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, we're expecting the first results, which is likely to be Gerry Adams' seat, a safe seat, of course, in West Belfast, around about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. David.
Thanks very much. Well, we know that Michael Howard is on his way out of the centre of London, across the Thames, down to Putney in West London, which the Conservatives took back from Labour last night. Joe Coburn is down there. What kind of gathering is there for him, Joe?
Oh, there are plenty of supporters here gathering in the sunshine at Roehampton University here. And we've already heard from Justine Greening, the new Tory MP, who says now the Tories are back in business. She's obviously delighted, the 36-year-old. She said she fought a very hard campaign. But everyone now waiting for the Conservative leader, Michael Howard, to come down and probably talk about whether he will, in fact, stay on as leader, what his plans are, if he gives any hint at all, and, of course, about the sort of night that they've actually had. Because although he has said they're on the road to recovery, there are people and Tory politicians that we've spoken to who said that this really isn't the breakthrough that they need.
And do you have any idea when he's going to arrive there? Because we're hoping to see him before lunchtime, but that getting out of London on a Friday is not always that easy,
well,
is
we
it?
know it's not, and the traffic, I'm afraid, was terrible as we were driving down here, so he could be delayed. They've said about 5 minutes, so we're hoping he should be here shortly. And certainly the music started, everybody's getting pretty excited here, everybody waiting for him, obviously, to cheer him on. But it could be longer, as you say, because of Friday traffic, so we're just going to have to wait and see.
Joe, we'll be with you as soon as he arrives. Thanks very much indeed. And now in number 10 Downing Street, or I'm not in number 10 Downing Street, outside number 10 Downing Street. How could I be so presumptuous? Andrew Marr, who's been with us here all night, our BBC political editor. Andrew, you've had a chance now to find out a bit what people are saying. What's your impression of the impact of this election result on the Prime Minister and the future of his administration?
Well, I think he has to start doing deals from now, and I think the biggest implicit deal is going to be with Gordon Brown, his Chancellor. And I think it may very well go something like this. I guarantee to be out of here in a period of time, whether it's 18 months, 2 years or whatever, and I make that semi-public before too long. And in return, I want the following pieces of legislation based on what I have said in my speech, more or less where I'm standing at the moment. I'm mimicking Tony Blair at this point, out of the manifesto. Gordon Brown helps him. The Brownites and the Blairites work absolutely shoulder to shoulder as the Chancellor of the Prime Minister campaigned shoulder to shoulder during the election campaign, and he gets through a series of key pieces of new Labour legislation before he goes, but he then does go in plenty of time for Gordon Brown to effect a smooth transition and put in place a different style of politics, a different style of leadership, way, way ahead of a further general election, 2 or 3 years ahead of that.
But this does assume that Brown and Blair can agree on the agenda that's required for the next government, for this third Labour government.
Well, it does, absolutely, and that may not be easy for them. But I think the alternative to that is going to be very, very difficult attrition in the House of Commons, the Prime Minister struggling to get through many of the things that he was talking about here earlier on today. I think there's a whole range of everything, ranging from ID cards to some of those radical changes in health and education that he wants to get through. He's not going to get that through the House of Commons.
And to be brutal,
as things stand.
And to be brutal, doesn't Gordon Brown have the whip hand? I mean, what hand does Tony Blair have to play? He said he's going to leave before the next election. he's in a rather weak position, isn't he, despite the speech we heard a moment ago in Downing Street?
He is in a much weaker position. I mean, he has, as Prime Minister, won a third election victory with a majority of 66 seats in the House of Commons, and that is not nothing, you know. I mean, that is still quite important. He is in possession of the keys. He is in possession of the doormat, and he has all of that, and he can make things obviously difficult for any successor. He can make things difficult for the Labour Party. There's no reason for him to do that, of course. I think both men now have an equal interest in a smooth transition. Tony Blair, because he wants to be able to go out in a high, having achieved some real legislative change and confounded people like me who suggested today that he might not be able to. And then a smooth transition, something that's never really been done before in power. And then Gordon Brown for all the obvious reasons.
If he hadn't given the hostage to fortune of saying that he was going to go and serve a full term but go before the next election, he wouldn't be in this pickle, would he?
I think he would be in this pickle because I think he'd still have 66 majority, and people would still be looking at the makeup of that majority and the mood of the Parliamentary Labour Party and the rhythm of politics. I mean, you know, authority ebbs and flows like everything else.
Any idea of any of the appointments he's going to make?
Not really. I don't think we'll see a very dramatic reshaping. I may be wrong. I'm sure we'll see David Blunkett back in a big role. I think we might see 2 or 3 of the older cabinet ministers moved aside or demoted to make way for some fresh blood. It's very, very important for Tony Blair. If he wants to send a signal, easiest, most brutal, simple way of sending a signal is to reshape that cabinet. But Gordon Brown will be sitting next door and watching his every move.
Andrew Marr in Downing Street. Thank you very much. Peter Snow, let's have a look at this share of the vote, the strength that the Prime Minister can or can't claim from the way the country went last night.
Exactly. Andrew Marr was talking about the fragility of Tony Blair's, possible fragility of Tony Blair's hold on power. Look at this. Here is the popular vote as a share of the electorate. Here we have the 22% share of the people who could have voted, who voted Labour. Only just over a fifth of all those eligible to vote have voted for the next government. Next, look at the Conservatives. 20% of those who could have voted voted Conservative. 14% voted Liberal Democrat. The others got 5% of those who could have voted at all. And look at the biggest pile of all. Those who did not vote amounts to 39%. So there it is. Twice as big almost as Labour's bloc is the bloc of those who didn't even cast a vote at all. So now, let's have a look at the record book. Here we are, back into our Downing Street again. Up it comes. There we go. There's Downing Street. And I'm going to just look up here on the wall, and we're going to see some of the records that have been created in the past. There we have the lowest share of the electorate before, 24.8%. That's Tony Blair's Labour Party in 2001. Just under a quarter of all those who could have voted for him then. The next biggest record after that was Harold Wilson's in October 74. Nearly 30% of the electorate there voted for him. And now look at this one. To remind you again, just over a fifth, 22%. 22% of the people who could have voted for Tony Blair's new government. So look at the very fragile popular support he has. David.
Peter, thanks very much. And you've just worked out that that is the smallest popular vote for a government since?
Since the 1832 Great Reform Act was passed and something like popular representative government was established in this country.
Quite surprising. We're still keeping an eye on Putney, and in fact all eyes are, if we just have a look, turned to the right there, and people are starting to applaud, which suggests Michael Howard is arriving. Indeed he is. He greets the victor of Putney, Justine Greening, who took the seat last night with a majority of 1,766. And we'll stick with it because I suspect he's going to go straight into his speech. And maybe we'll get the first indication now of the way ahead as Mr. Howard sees it for the Conservatives, a prepared speech in a portfolio he's just opened there at the rostrum.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, rather. Thank you all very much for coming along. It's wonderful to be here with several of our new members of Parliament, Justine Greening for Putney. Nick Hurd, Stephen Hammond, Lee Scott, all did wonderfully last night, and I'm delighted to be here with you all this afternoon. It is exactly 18 months to the day since I was elected leader of the Conservative Party. It was the 6th of November 2003. And I came here to Putney on that day to a constituency I said we had to win. And last night we did win, thanks to the efforts of Justine and her fantastic team. Of course, I'm very sad we didn't do better. Sad for our many candidates who came within a whisker of victory. Sad for all our supporters who worked so hard. And sad for the millions of voters who put their trust in us. But today, the Conservative Party can hold its head up high. We've begun the process of rebuilding our party, of building a broad, outward-looking party that reflects Britain in the 21st century. We've now got our first black Conservative Member of Parliament, Adam Afraya, and what a great campaign he fought. We've got a British Asian MP, Shailesh Vara, and what a great campaign he fought. And we've got some fantastic new women MPs. Justine is not alone. I'm enormously proud of the fact that during this election campaign, we were the only political party to take a stand on the issues that matter to the British people, to stand up for the forgotten majority, to put forward a positive agenda for a brighter, better Britain. We've taken a huge step forward, and I want to thank everyone for the fantastic support, the unstinting support that they've given me in the last 18 months. My colleagues in the Shadow Cabinet, my colleagues in the Parliamentary Party, and the voluntary members of our party who've worked so hard night and day for our party during that time. We've taken a huge step forward, but there's much, much more to be done. We've got to keep listening. We've got to keep learning. We've got to work hard, not just nationally, but locally, to rebuild our party at the grassroots. And we've got to keep on standing up for the forgotten majority of our country, the people who work hard, who pay their dues, who play by the rules, and who help themselves. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Blair again for his third election victory. I sincerely hope that he will listen to the British people, that he's done with all the talk, and that he really will now deliver the brighter, better Britain that we all want to see. And if he does deliver on the people's priorities, on school discipline, on cleaner hospitals, on more police, on controlled immigration and on value for money, he will have the Conservative Party's support. Now, as many of you know, as I've mentioned more than once during this campaign, I'm 63 years old. At the time of the next election, in 4 or 5 years' time, I'll be 67 or 68. And I believe that's simply too old to lead a party into government. So, as I can't fight the next election as leader of our party, I believe it's better for me to stand aside sooner rather than later so that the party can choose someone who can. I want to avoid the uncertainty of prolonged debate about the leadership of the party. I want the next Conservative leader to have much more time than I had to prepare our party for government. If we've achieved this much in just 18 months, imagine what we can achieve in the next 4 or 5 years. I've said many times since I became leader and during this election campaign that accountability matters. I've said that if people don't deliver, they go. And for me, delivering meant winning the election. I didn't do that. I didn't do that despite my best efforts. And I want to do now what is best for my party and above all for my country. It's widely known that there is a good deal of dissatisfaction with the existing rules for choosing the leader of the party. So I intend to stay as leader until the party has had the opportunity to consider whether it wishes those rules to be changed, and if so, how they should be changed. When that process is complete, I shall resign as leader. Ours is a great party. It's the longest standing party in the history of democracy. Few other parties have achieved so much, done so much as ours. We are the party's trustees. At its best, it is a party that is broad and generous, broad in its appeal, generous in its outlook, a party capable of representing all Britain and all Britons. And we need to remain true to our values, rewarding people who do the right thing, who play by the rules, who look after their families, who teach their children to respect others. We need to remain united, never to return to the bickering and backstabbing of the past. And we need to remain positive and outward-looking. Everything I have and everything I am, I owe to this great country of ours. I did not achieve what I set out to achieve. But I hope that over the last 18 months, I've at least given something back, not just to my party, but to my country. A voice for the forgotten majority, a voice for common sense, and above all, a credible opposition that can hold this government to account. Thank you very much indeed.
Michael Howard in Putney, giving the news that many people in his party longed for him not to give, which is that he's going to stand aside, in his words, sooner rather than later. He said, I said that if we got into government, I would want delivery. And delivery for me meant winning this election. I didn't win it, and so I've decided to stand down. But he then made a very important point. He wasn't going to stand down until the rules for electing a new leader had been changed, and the party had had time to consider that. And that can only mean one thing, I suspect, that they want to take away from the party members in the country the right to choose the leader. That was the rules that William Hague put in, and it was rather felt that it led to some not very good choices of leadership. He stands there with Sandra, his wife. We don't know how long that process will take. I don't know, it could take 6 months, could be in the autumn probably. And there he is, having fought a campaign, very elegantly described, and it looked as though he was going to say he was going to stick right through, but having announced that he wouldn't fight the next election, he'd be too old at 67 or 68, and he was going to stand aside sooner rather than later. So now the battle for the leadership of the Tory party will begin.
This is a very important announcement, not merely about the leadership of the party, but about the way in which the leader will be chosen. One of the decisions that William Hague made was, in effect, to put the leadership of the Conservative Party into commission, to hand it over not merely to members of Parliament, who had always had the decision before, but to the membership of the party. Given how untypical of the electorate as a whole, even the Conservative electorate, Conservative members and activists are, I think we're seeing the first sign that Conservative members of Parliament are going to want to reclaim the party for themselves. They're going to say, in effect, look, we are the people who have to stand for election. We are the people who win or lose. We are the people who have a stake in whether or not we win power. You out there in the country have much less stake in that. It doesn't bother you as much. We should take a larger number of decisions, including possibly in the future, about the selection selection of parliamentary candidates.
Yeah, and if they do that, of course, and if they do come to put it back in the hands of those people who've been elected, they've got another big decision, which is whether they go for the same kind of generation, people like Sir Malcolm Rifkind or David Davis, or whether, with an election 4 years away, they go for a younger generation, and George Osborne, David Cameron, people like that.
Absolutely.
Whether Ken Clarke will throw his hat in the ring. I mean, it's all to play for now, but with this one caveat that there's not going to be an election for the leader until they have sorted out these rules. Joe Coburn's down at Putney. Were they surprised by what they heard, Joe?
Yes, I think there has been some surprise here. I think we were all quite surprised. People thought he might have touched on the issue of leadership, but he actually came out and said it, and there it was, plain facts for everyone to hear and see, that actually he is going to wait, as you said, rather crucially, for any changes in the rules that may or may not happen. But he obviously feels that he made these promises if he were to be elected, that if they didn't deliver, then people would be sacked, and he himself feels he didn't deliver, they didn't win, so he's got to go. Obviously feels he'd be too old. But I think there will be some sadness here, because I think Tory politicians and MPs and supporters felt they wanted perhaps a little period of stability, and actually this would be a time when they would sort of sit back, consolidate, think about where they were going to go and what they were going to do. And he said it now in the leadership contest, really, although it won't happen until after any changes might occur in the leadership rules, the contest will begin, and that fighting that we had really all those years ago with the various changes of leadership will start fairly soon.
I mean, that said, it is sensible, if you are going to have a change of leadership between now and usually a 4-year parliament, to have the rules change first, and then that does give them another 6 months or so to find the right person. Of course, the politicking will begin, but at least there is this sort of sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander. I'm going because I lost. But at least you've got time to choose a new way of choosing my successor.
Yes, and also, as he said, he wants whoever is going to lead the party to have more time before the next election to bed down and decide which way the Tory party is going to go. But of course the key question is, which way will it go? If they do decide to change the rules, and presumably if they do, that'll be to take the power away from the grassroots levels. There's been plenty of criticism that they didn't get the right choice of candidates in the past, and that's what's led to these last defeats. And I think there'll be a feeling that actually it does need to go back to elected members of Parliament to make the right decision that will perhaps take them back to power. And then, of course, what side of the party will they go to?
OK, Joe, thanks so much. Of course, there is one other side of it. It'll rather let Tony Blair off the hook in the House of Commons when Parliament comes back if he's got a pro-tem leader facing him on the Tory benches. It might ease the pressure on him a bit. Anyway, it's now 20 minutes to 1. We have a final look at the news of this election, including that last sensational news from Fiona Bruce.
Yes, well, as you're hearing there, within the last few minutes, Michael Howard has announced he's to stand down as leader of the Conservative Party. He said he was delighted by the election result, despite being defeated by Tony Blair, but said he wouldn't fight the next election as party leader.
At the time of the next election, in 4 or 5 years' time, I'll be 67 or 68. And I believe that's simply too old to lead a party into government. So, as I can't fight the next election as leader of our party, I believe it's better for me to stand aside sooner rather than later so that the party can choose someone who can.
Tony Blair has returned to Downing Street to form a new government following his third election win on the trot, but with a majority cut to around 66. He posed with his family on the steps of Number 10 after telling the media he'd listened and learned from the British people, and he said he would focus relentlessly on their priorities.
When I stood here first 8 years ago, I was a lot younger, but also a lot less experienced. Today, as well as having in our minds the priorities that people want, the government, has the experience and the knowledge, as well as the determination and commitment to deliver them. And the great thing about an election is that you go out and you talk to people for week upon week. And I've listened and I've learned. And I think I have a very clear idea of what the British people now expect from this government for a third term. And I want to say to them very directly that we, the government, are going to focus relentlessly now on the priorities the people have set for us.
The Liberal Democrats achieved their best result for more than 80 years, gaining 11 seats. They've now got more than 60 MPs for the first time since 1923. Their leader, Charles Kennedy, said Britain was now entering an era of three-party politics.
This general election has clearly resulted in a new House of Commons, which I think will be much healthier in a party political sense than what the last 8 years have been. That the government cannot ride roughshod over people's instincts, people's inspiration, people's views, and that we will have a major role to play in that.
One of the surprise victors was George Galloway. He was sacked by Labour over Iraq. Mr Galloway's Respect coalition unseated Labour's Una King in Bethnal Green and Bow after fighting an acrimonious campaign on the Iraq war. After his declaration, Mr Galloway said all the defeats New Labour had suffered were because of Iraq.
All the people you killed, all the lies you told have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you.
The Scottish National Party has gained 2 new MPs, winning Dundee East and the Western Isles from Labour. The party will now have 6 MPs at Westminster. The SNP's leader, Alex Salmond, said it was a spectacular performance. But it was a disappointing night for Plaid Cymru. The Welsh Nationalists held 3 seats, but lost Ceredigion to the Liberal Democrats and failed to win Ynys Môn from Labour, their top target seat. Labour also suffered a major blow in Wales, losing what had been one of its safest seats, Blair y Gwent, where an independent socialist candidate took the constituency on a 49% swing. Peter Law had resigned from Labour after an all-women shortlist was imposed on the constituency.
Well, it's a very good morning in Blair y Gwent this morning, right? And this is what you get when you don't listen to the people. And that's the point about the results here tonight, because it's been a great victory for the people of Blair y Gwent, because they've stood up and said that our integrity is worth far more than it was judged to be by others. And that's what this issue has been about.
There will be a record number of female MPs in the new Parliament. If BBC forecasts are correct, the total is likely to be 127 when all the seats are declared. That's 6 more than were elected in 1997, when the previous record was set. 123 female MPs have been elected so far. The former television presenter Robert Kilroy-Silk failed to win a seat. The leader of Veritas polled just 6% of the vote in the Labour constituency of Erewash. The British National Party has increased its share of the vote from the last general election. Its leader, Nick Griffin, managed over 4,000 votes in Keighley in West Yorkshire, but the seat was won by Labour. The party also came 3rd in Barking, pushing the Lib Dems into 4th place. The results from Northern Ireland's 18 Westminster seats are expected to be declared from 3 o'clock this afternoon. Among the main party leaders there, the Ulster Unionist David Trimble has had a tough battle in Upper Bann. He's defending a 2,000 majority over the DUP and could become a high-profile casualty. The SDLP leader, Mark Durkan, is facing a big challenge from Sinn Féin. All the results will be live on BBC Northern Ireland and BBC News 24. And that's it for now. Just a reminder of the news that's broken in the last few minutes. Michael Howard is to stand down as Conservative leader in the wake of his party's election defeat. David.
Thanks, Fiona. Well, he's announced he won't fight the next election as party leader. He may, of course, fight it as for an MP seat. Sooner rather than later were his words, Andrew Marr. A bit sudden.
Yes, it reminds me very much of William Hague, you know, this same day 4 years ago, straight out, I'm off. It's not, in fact, quite like that, because there is a review going on, which Michael Howard set up, into how the Conservative Party chooses its leader. And the view, really, among a lot of MPs, is that this business of democracy, allowing the party membership to choose the leader, has been disastrous, because the party membership does not represent the country as a whole, does not represent Tory voters, potential Tory voters as a whole, and that therefore they should actually take it back to the MPs who have self-interest and the wider political perspective. Now, how long it takes to get them from where they are, to change the rules, to have a new system of choosing a leader, and then actually choosing the next leader, is difficult to say, and I haven't yet found anyone in the Conservative Party who can give me a timetable on that. I think we're probably talking about the party conference.
The ex-Tory MP Michael Brown has said that he thought Howard was going to stay, as he put it, to do the washing up. We're now going to have a lot of bloodletting. I mean, presumably, the manoeuvring between all these contenders, the older generation, the younger generation, people like David Davis, who we know would gag to be gag for it, is going to start straight away, even before they've changed the rules.
Yeah, and you can absolutely understand at a human level why Michael Howard wants to get out relatively quickly. Nobody can blame him for that, and he made a very moving, I thought, speech about it. However, it means that the Conservative Party is yet again possibly in the position of choosing the leader first, or choosing the rules first, and then the leader, and only after that having the general debate about what kind of party it wants to be and where it goes from here. And in the past, that has not done very well for the party. I mean, it just puts Tony Blair's success into a certain perspective that he'd now be on his, fifth Conservative leader. They can't carry on like this. You're quite right, there will be a huge number of people who will now be thinking, is this my moment? Never, never underestimate Ken Clarke, the old sort of war horse, a little bit of sniff of gunpowder in the nostrils and he'll be off, possibly. Absolutely right about David Davis. But then there's the younger generation. There's the Camerons and the Osbornes. And they had perhaps thought that Michael Howard would stay on long enough to give them their chance. So it's intergenerational, it's left-right, it's about modernising, it's about all sorts of things. And I have to say I'm not completely convinced that this is what the Conservative Party needs right now.
And in the meantime, the Prime Minister will have his chief opposition behind him rather than on the benches facing him, because there's no one to lead them properly.
Well, he would say that that's been the case for some time, not in the most recent Michael Howard period, but his problem is going to be made a little bit easier if the Conservative Party is inward-turned and thinking about itself and its next leader, rather than working out where it can make common cause with Labour rebels or whatever on the floor of the House of Commons to frustrate Tony Blair. So actually, this is a very significant piece of good news for him, I think.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Jeremy.
Well, I'm joined now by John Redwood of the Shadow Cabinet. John Redwood, when did you learn that Michael Howard was going to stand down?
Just a few minutes ago.
You had no prior indication at all?
No, I didn't have any formal notification, but I sensed that Michael would judge what was the right thing for the party, and I think he's made a very statesmanlike statement this morning. I think it's sad because he's worked extremely hard in our cause, and we won some seats and got some good victories in individual constituencies last night. But I think the most important thing he said is that we first of all need to think about what is the right procedure. So I would urge everyone, before they rush off and think about who might run and so forth, to concentrate on that much more important prior question, to have a fair system so that we can end up with a leader that the members of Parliament are very happy to be led by, but also the members of the party out in the country also feel happy with, because they are a very important part of our fighting force on the ground.
Will you be a candidate?
I say it's far too early to decide who should be a candidate or candidates and what might be the best way.
So you've not decided?
I've made no decisions. Right. I've only just heard that there might be a vacancy in due course. I will be very keen to participate in the prior debate about how we choose the leader. Many of my parliamentary colleagues, I think, will want to say we, the parliamentarians, must make the decision. I think it is very important that a new leader has a majority of the parliamentarians voting for him or her in the final round. But I hope we don't lose all contact with the membership. I think it's very important that membership are involved to the extent that they wish to be so, because they too need to respect and like the leader.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Well, sitting patiently here in the studio for the last hour, I would say, Brendan Barber, the General Secretary of the TUC, and Ed Owen, who is Jack Straw's Special Advisor. Brendan Barber, this suggestion that somehow the new Labour government, smaller majority, is going to be in hock to people like you and other trades union barons, true or not?
I don't think they'll be in hock with us, but I certainly hope that they work closely with us, involve us in shaping the policies that affect people at work. And if we work closely together, I think we can continue making a difference for the better.
The answer to the question might be taken then to be yes.
No, I don't think so. I mean, obviously the dynamics of the Parliament change with a smaller majority for the government. Well, I hope that they would be listening to us anyway. And over the last 4 years, it's not always been perfect, but we've certainly been able to make an impact in shaping their thinking and influencing some very important policy areas.
Now, Ed Owen, reshuffle confidently expected perhaps today, certainly imminently. You've been through several of these. What's it like?
Well, before I answer that question, I'm going to just say it was a delight to see John Redwood back. We haven't seen him for 4 weeks, so it was great to see him interviewed here. But
he'll be very pleased, I'm sure, to hear that.
I'm sure he will. Reshuffle, well, last time, 4 years ago, I accompanied Jack Straw to Downing Street to be told, as we expected to be, that he was to be in charge of transport in the regions, only to be told that he was going to be Foreign Secretary. So that often surprises. So it's interesting.
But it's an anxious time, obviously.
It can be for some. Can be for some.
What's Jack Straw expecting?
Expecting nothing, Jeremy.
And as in no job?
Thank you. He's expecting nothing. He would be delighted to be appointed, I'm sure.
All right. David?
Let's pop back up to Gateshead and see how that map of the United Kingdom is going along. Sian Williams is there. Sian.
Well, David, actually, that map was rained on about 30 seconds ago, so we get to test whether it's actually waterproof paint or not. Spray painters have been out all night to try to cover this map. Few constituencies yet to declare. It has been a very interesting night. Of course, Northern Ireland is going to declare later on this afternoon. But let's have a look and see how it developed, because they have been very busy all night. And they started out, it was very quiet to begin with, of course, first couple of hours, and then it got busy. Early hours of the morning, frenetic activity, and then it sort of slowed again, and only a few more constituencies yet to declare. Well, the man who's been with me all night and been monitoring student activity, making sure they paint the right constituencies the right colour, is Robert Hall.
They've done brilliantly, and they're still working. Anthony, go and do Argyll and Butte now. There he goes. This gives you an idea of what they had to contend with. 646 constituencies. We weren't sure if they'd keep up. They did. This is the relief shift that came on at breakfast time. They're all at school locally. They've done brilliantly too. It's been a terrific night watching the political map actually unfurl in front of us, hasn't it, Sian?
What happens to it now, though?
Well, I believe it might even be considered as a piece of modern art. Who knows?
If we tipex around the edges,
Can we get to sign it?
Yeah, maybe. Back to you, David.
Thanks very much. Well, Peter Snow, brief up some before we go of this election.
Here we go, David. Yes, the shape of the House of Commons. Over here we have 198 Conservatives on the opposition benches. Beside them, 62 Liberal Democrats, 11 up on last time. Next to them, 28 others, the Ulster MPs and the Nationalists in Northern Ireland. 30 others, I should say, in Wales and Scotland. And then, over here, is the 324 any party needs for an overall majority. And Labour rushing down towards it, quite comfortably through 356. That's more than 324, and that would mean a Labour majority of 66, David.
Order. Order.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. And Oliver Letwin is there, I think, can join us briefly. Surprised by the announcement that Michael Howard's standing down, Oliver Letwin?
No, I'm not surprised by it.
Going to stand yourself for the leadership?
No, I have no intention of doing that.
No intention at all?
No intention at all.
Even if...
You sound... Sorry.
I sound surprised, I am.
You sound surprised. Yeah. Yes, well, this has happened to me several times on several occasions, and if you look at the record, you'll find I've said this on several occasions, and then I've lived up to it in the past.
All right, Mr. Letwin, thank you very much indeed. Well, on that note, we come to the end of this coverage. An absolutely fascinating election. Everybody said it was a boring campaign. It would be a boring election night. It certainly wasn't. Tony Blair back with a majority of 66. Incidentally, exactly what our exit poll said it would be for once. With the smallest popular vote since the Great Reform Act of 1832 for an incoming government. Michael Howard saying that he was going to stand down sooner rather than later. I said at the beginning of this programme at 5 to 10 last night that I hoped we would be fast and accurate and that we'd have some fun. And I hope we've achieved that and we've been of some use to you. And I'd like to say on behalf of all of us, not just those of us in front of the camera, but everybody around this studio who's been helping us, I hope you've enjoyed it, and goodbye.
At 1:40 on BBC One, Boyd and his biceps. He's considering the wrong kind of help to make them bigger in Neighbours. And what on earth are Faith and Ben playing at? Mark my words, it'll end in tears. Doctors at 2:05.
When parents struggle to understand their kids, they need an interpreter.
When Lewis is going and you both run over, you should walk away.
So when they're shown what to do, things get a lot easier.
He's growing up, your boy.
Helping parents through the tantrums, The House of Tiny Tearaways, tonight at 8 on BBC Three.
The news now on BBC One with Darren Jordan and Asad Ahmed. It's 1 o'clock.
Tony Blair wins an historic third term, but Labour's majority is slashed.
And I've listened and I've learned. And I think I have a very clear idea of what the British people now expect from this government for a third term.
In a shock announcement, Michael Howard says he's standing down before the next election. Charles Kennedy says the Lib Dems vote has seen the birth of three-party politics. And a major upset in East London as a Labour loyalist is kicked out by the anti-war rebel George Galloway.
Later on BBC London News, Labour suffers in the capital as the Tories make gains in the marginals. And meet the new member for Windsor. The Conservative Party has its first black MP.
Good afternoon. Tony Blair has won an historic third term in office, but Labour's majority in the House of Commons has been sharply reduced. This morning, he said it was a tremendous honour and privilege to be back in government. He said he'd listened and learned from the British people and would now focus on their priorities. In the past half hour, after a third successive defeat, Michael Howard has announced he'll stand down as leader of the Conservatives before the next election. He said he wanted to do what was best for his party and the country. The Liberal Democrat leader Charles Kennedy said it was now the era of three-party politics and Labour could no longer ride roughshod over the views of voters. Well, this is the scene in Downing Street right now, where Tony Blair is back behind his desk. It's thought he's now making the final touches to a cabinet reshuffle. And Parliament still stands empty this lunchtime, but in just 6 days' time, 645 new MPs will be officially sworn in. After 622 declarations, Labour had won 353 seats, the Conservatives 196, the Liberal Democrats 61, and the other parties 12, including 6 for the SNP and 3 for Plaid Cymru. Compared to 2001, that's an overall loss of 47 MPs for Labour, a gain of 33 for the Conservatives, 11 more seats for the Lib Dems, and an overall increase of 3 for other parties. The BBC forecasts a Labour majority of 66, 101 fewer than at the last election. As a share of the vote, Labour's victory was secured with an historic low of 36%. The Conservatives gained 33% and the Lib Dems 23%. Others gained 8%. That's a fall of 6% for Labour compared to last time, a rise of 0.6% for the Conservatives and 4% for the Lib Dems. Turnout was 61%, that's 2% higher than 2001. Well, first our political correspondent Sean Lay reports now on how the election results unfolded.
Tony Blair left Buckingham Palace this morning after receiving the Queen's commission to form a new government, but last night's results could herald a change of direction. Only one Prime Minister before him has been elected 3 times in succession, but Mr Blair will want to avoid Margaret Thatcher's fate.
It's a tremendous honour and privilege to be elected for a third term. And I'm acutely conscious of that honour and that privilege. And the great thing about an election is that you go out and you talk to people for week upon week. And I've listened and I've learned. And I think I have a very clear idea of what the British people now expect. So there is a very, very big agenda for a third-term Labour government.
Much has changed in Downing Street in the last 8 years. Like his family, Mr Blair says he too has matured. But this will be his final term as Prime Minister. How long it lasts may depend on how he handles the changed political landscape. This lunchtime, Michael Howard has visited a newly won piece of Tory territory in South London. He told party workers they'd restored the Conservatives' reputation.
But today the Conservative Party can hold its head up high. We've begun the process of rebuilding our party, but there's much, much more to be done. We've got to keep listening. We've got to keep learning. We've got to work hard, not just nationally, but locally, to rebuild our party at the grassroots.
Few had expected that he would stay to see that process all the way through, but they may have been surprised by what came next.
At the time of the next election, in 4 or 5 years' time, I'll be 67 or 68. And I believe that's simply too old to lead a party into government. So, as I can't fight the next election as leader of our party, I believe it's better for me to stand aside sooner rather than later so that the party can choose someone who can.
Charles Kennedy told his party workers that the Liberal Democrats had helped bring Labour to heel.
The government cannot ride roughshod over people's instincts, people's inspiration, people's views, and that we will have a major role to play in that. And if you look at where we have gained seats in this election, we are now, with a view to the next general election, well poised to begin the task of providing the real alternative to this Labour government.
For all the party leaders, it's been the morning after an extraordinary night before. Just as the parties were in competition for votes, so election officials were competing to be the first to count them. 3 minutes after polling stations closed, the ballot boxes in Sunderland South began to arrive at the count. It took just 40 minutes to declare the result.
Christopher John Mullen, the Labour Party candidate, 17,982.
But that told us little about the evening ahead. It was the declaration in Putney at midnight which suggested this was going to be a tense night for Labour and a pleasing one for the Conservatives.
In 2001, people were willing to give the Labour government the benefit of the doubt, but not in Putney any longer.
There was never any such threat to Gordon Brown in Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, but his speech provided the first acknowledgement that Labour was expecting bad news.
I promise that we will listen and we will learn so that we can serve our country and our communities even better in the years to come.
Tony Blair arrived for his declaration in Sedgefield, chastened in the knowledge that his majority in Parliament was likely to be halved.
It seems as if it's clear, but also that the British people wanted the return of a Labour government, but with a reduced majority. And we have to respond to that sensibly and wisely and responsibly.
Yet in places the news was good. In Birmingham, Edgbaston was the most likely Conservative gain. In the event, Labour held on. But there was nothing to smile about for Stephen Twigg. In 1997, his victory over Michael Portillo summed up the Labour landslide. Last night, his face told a very different story. The smile was elsewhere. For Michael Howard, such victories, though not achieved across the country, were enough for him to claim his strategy had been a success.
For the Conservative Party, I think that what has happened on this election day marks a significant step towards our recovery. I am proud of the campaign that we have fought.
But this is the Conservative Party's third successive election defeat. Tim Collins, their education spokesman, lost Westmoreland, though the Liberal Democrats failed to dislodge better-known figures like Shadow Home Secretary David Davis. And the Tories did regain Newbury, which has been out of their hands for more than a decade. But the Liberal Democrats had the consolation of a run of wins over Labour. They demolished an 11,500 majority in Withington in Manchester. Student votes may have helped here and in other victories in Cambridge, Bristol and Cardiff. For Charles Kennedy, these results proved his party was now an equal player countrywide.
The era of three-party politics right across the United Kingdom is now with us. That is something that I welcome.
His party held on to one of its by-election wins, Brent East, but lost the other, Leicester South. If England has three-party politics, Wales and Scotland have at least four. For the Scottish National Party, it was a relatively good night with an overall gain of 2 seats. But nationalists in Wales were disappointed. Plaid Cymru failed to make gains, instead losing one of its 4 seats. Labour lost 3 to the Conservatives in Wales, though its biggest defeat was self-inflicted. Blaenau Gwent had been Labour's safest Welsh seat, but a row over the choice of candidate handed it to Peter Law, once Labour, now an independent. It was another ex-Labour politician, George Galloway, who inflicted its most painful defeat after a bitter campaign dominated by Iraq.
All the people you killed, all the lies you told, have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you.
By dawn, as the sound of battle had faded, it was clear the new Parliament would be a very different place from the old. The battalions of loyal Labour MPs who once surrounded him have been cut back. As Mr Blair returned to London, he must already have been contemplating the difficult months ahead. There was time for celebration, an enthusiastic welcome from party workers and an upbeat message.
There are good comrades that have fallen, but there are also extraordinary results that have come through tonight. And we've got to listen to the people and respond wisely and sensibly.
And finally to Downing Street, an historic third term and a special day for Tony Blair, in more ways than one.
Happy birthday, Prime Minister.
Thank you. Sean Lay, BBC News.
So, with most of the results now in, how has Britain's political landscape changed and what does the new Commons look like? Well, as ever, Peter Snow can tell us more. Peter, over to you.
Well, here's the new pattern of power all over the country. You can see mostly Tory gains in seats, but the Liberal Democrats were picking up quite a few more votes. 1 or 2 Liberal Democrat seats too. You can see Taunton down here. And as you go up the country, you can see the Tory gains fade away a bit. 1 in Scotland up there. They did best in the south. Now, the key seats that this election has been decided in are these 80 seats. We've got red figures on them here. They stretch down from the northwest right the way down to the southeast. And you can list those seats in their order of vulnerability to the opposition parties. Here is Tony Blair's battleground. And up on the top left there, you have the most vulnerable seats. And then as you go down the list, they get safer and safer for him. He needs to retain some of these seats to retain a majority. Here we are. Dumfries and Galloway, the most marginal of all, and as you go down, so they get more and more difficult for the opposition. This is what happened. There you are, lots of blue and gold for the Liberal Democrat in the first column, second column, third column, but then Blair's Labour Party begins to succeed in holding onto those seats. So when you bunch them together, you can see the pattern of power there. Mr Blair holding on to enough seats along at this end to retain a fairly comfortable majority. Tory gains, round about 30 there down the far end. So, what about the shape of the House of Commons? Well, here is our House of Commons, and the new pattern of power in the House of Commons is not much changed on the old one, but just a bit. Over on the opposition benches, the Tory party, with a total of 198 Conservatives. That's 33 more than the 165 they had before. Next to them, the Liberal Democrats, 11 up on the 51 they had before, 62 more than Lloyd George had in 1929. And here we have the others, 30 of them altogether, nationalists and Scotland and Wales and so on in Northern Ireland. Now, down here, the 324 any party needs for an overall majority, and here's Labour racing towards it. Are they going to get through it? Yes, quite comfortably. 356 Labour MPs, and that will mean a Labour majority of 66. And that Labour majority is based on the lowest popular vote for a winning party ever.
Peter, thank you. Well, the Tories will now start looking for a successor to Michael Howard after making important gains and winning a larger share of the popular vote. But first, the party must review its rules for electing his replacement. Gitto Harry reports on the next steps for the Conservatives.
There was no need to go. Today's result was not the dream scenario, but neither was it the carnage some had predicted. Michael Howard told his party they could be enormously proud of this result, but for him personally, it wasn't good enough. So when the rules for electing a successor have been sorted, he'll go.
I intend to stay as leader until the party has had the opportunity to consider whether it wishes those rules to be changed, and if so, how they should be changed. When that process is complete, I shall resign as leader.
Whoever follows can be grateful. There are now more Conservative MPs and they're younger and more diverse.
17,360.
The commuter town of Peterborough swung back comfortably.
Binley, Bryan, Arthur,
Northampton
Rowland,
South in the Midlands was an
Conservative Party
easy win.
candidate, 23,818.
Scott Lee, 18,781.
As was Ilford North on the borders of the traditional Tory territory of Essex.
That is a major narrowing of the gap, and it does open up all the prospects for the next general election.
When Tony Blair turfed out John Major, he reduced the Conservatives to just 165 seats. 4 years later, William Hague managed to add only one MP to that total. Michael Howe's share of the votes was only a fraction higher, but he'll have almost 200 MPs. Senior figures here inside Conservative campaign headquarters see the result of this election as vindication of their disciplined leadership and professional campaign, not only sticking to very simple issues and messages, but also targeting ruthlessly to ensure they got as many seats as possible for their share of the vote. Michael Howard campaigned energetically, but his tone was often negative. He called Tony Blair a liar, and he focused very heavily on immigration. The shadow cabinet casualty, Tim Collins, toppled by the Lib Dems, says the party should have been more positive from the start.
Adam, it's Michael Howard, just ringing to wish you the very best of luck.
Michael Howard has been very supportive of colleagues. Even yesterday he was calling candidates, wishing them well. And many will now be anxious that another leadership contest will reopen old wounds when the party needs to focus on what it stands for.
I don't think the leadership is the really big issue. I think the really big issue is the big decision Conservatives have to make about how to appeal beyond its base.
Michael Howard will inevitably be remembered as a man who turned round his party's fortunes. But taking it forward and possibly into power will now be a challenge for someone else. Gitter Harry, BBC News.
Well, let's talk to our political editor, Andrew Marr, who's in Downing Street. Andrew, well, complete surprise there. Michael Howard saying he'll stand down before the next election.
Well, I don't think that's a surprise. I think we all assumed that he would stand down before the election. What's surprising is the speed with which he made the announcement, very much like William Hague 4 years ago. The danger for the Conservative Party is that it now throws itself into an entirely internal debate about its own procedures and its next leader, highly personalised, it's intergenerational, it's left-right, it can be very factional. And it, as it were, gives Tony Blair and the Labour Party quite an easy run for, who knows, 9 months, a year, while that process unfolds. The real question, as one of your contributors was saying a little while ago, is what kind of party this now is. That has to be decided first, really, rather than the leadership.
Andrew, thank you. We'll come back to you a little bit later in the programme. Tony Blair says he's been given a mandate to govern, but he enters his final term as Prime Minister without the luxury of a three-figure majority. And there's already speculation about when he'll stand down as leader. Laura Trevelyan looks at the challenges for Labour in its third term.
Tony Blair made Labour electable in '97, won a second landslide in 2001, and now he's made history, the first Labour leader to win a third consecutive term in office. Yet his majority's been eroded, Iraq a key factor. A reminder from a political opponent in Sedgefield last night, Reg Keys, whose son died.
And I hope in my heart that one day the Prime Minister may be able to say sorry. That one day he will say sorry to the families of the bereaved, and one day the Prime Minister might be able to visit wounded soldiers in hospital.
Former Minister Barbara Roche in the red jacket lost her North London seat to the Liberal Democrats, due partly to an anti-war vote.
18,170.
More than 45 Labour MPs also lost. A former cabinet minister says Mr Blair should pay attention.
There's no doubt that the decision of Iraq was a very major part in the loss in the votes that we did lose. He himself was an issue during this campaign. And I think he's got to consider what message comes out of this. And also I think he's got to consider very carefully to what extent he can leave both the party and the nation guessing as to when exactly he might go.
Another problem for Mr Blair is Labour's reduced majority in the Commons. In 2001, Labour had a majority of 167. If 84 Labour MPs rebelled, the government could be defeated. Now the majority is only 66. 34 rebels could cause Mr Blair trouble.
For the first time as Prime Minister, Tony Blair is going to have to do what every previous Labour leader has had to do, which is to balance the two wings of the party. He's going to have to negotiate. He's going to have to do all sorts of things that he would have found very difficult in the past. He's going to have to compromise.
But Mr Blair won't be held back by his critics. This morning he insisted he'd press ahead with a radical programme for his third term.
On education, on health, on welfare reform, on immigration, on law and order. In addition, I know that Iraq has been a deeply divisive issue in this country. That's been very, very clear. But I also know and believe that after this election, people want to move on. They want to focus on the future in Iraq and here.
Despite Mr Blair's emphasis on moving on, ministers acknowledge there are lessons to be learnt from the election. Labour's victory is built on the lowest ever share of the vote for a winning party.
We celebrate a third successive victory that no Labour government's ever had before, but we also say we will listen and learn and reflect on the result because the electorate was sending us a message. Stay in power, yes, but listen more carefully to us.
Someone else who may want Mr Blair to listen is the Chancellor. Already MPs are speculating about when the Prime Minister will hand over to his heir apparent. Laura Trevelyan, BBC News.
Thanking his party workers this morning, Charles Kennedy said the Liberal Democrats were now a truly national party and poised to provide a real alternative to Labour and the Tories. Vicky Young looks now at whether the Lib Dems' advance will make a difference to British politics.
Charles Kennedy headed off to congratulate his party workers this morning. They're celebrating their highest number of MPs since the 1920s. And there have been real advances in some of Labour's heartlands. In Manchester Withington, some seem surprised to wake up to a Liberal Democrat MP.
Don't know who got in.
Yes, I got in. I got elected.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Here, there was a huge swing from Labour, but the new MP dismisses the idea that it was all about Iraq, and he doesn't think the party's drifted to the left to capture these votes.
I don't like this idea of left and right. I mean, we have very clear policies on all sorts of issues, and if people like what they see from the Liberal Democrats, they'll vote for it.
So are the Liberal Democrats really making progress? Well, since 1992, their share of the vote has stayed between 17 and 19%. But yesterday, 23% of the electorate voted Lib Dem. They say it's a significant advance.
What we've seen is that virtually everybody who's gone away from Labour in this election compared to the last election has gone to the Liberal Democrats and not to the Conservatives. And in previous decades, when Labour governments were unpopular, their support ebbed away to the Conservatives, but not this time.
During the campaign, Charles Kennedy even had his eyes set on Michael Howard's Folkestone seat.
It is a prime target seat for the Liberal Democrats. That's what it's all about.
But in numerous close battles with the Conservatives, the Lib Dems came off second best. Their promise of higher taxes seems to have scared off Tory voters.
The Liberal Democrats are certainly pleased with their progress, but it could be argued that given the circumstances, they should have taken even more seats. After all, next time round, the Iraq issue will have faded, Tony Blair will have gone, and the Lib Dems could struggle to hang on to many of those seats that they've gained in the inner cities.
Charles Kennedy refuses to accept that his party has hit a glass ceiling.
We are now in a country that is used to and copes with three-party politics. That's the issue. And as part of that top table of politics, we've got a big challenge ahead of us and a big opportunity ahead of us.
But there will be others who think that this was their best chance of getting that elusive breakthrough. Vicky Young, BBC News, Westminster.
Two of the biggest upsets of the night saw Labour losing seats to former members of the party. The independent candidate Peter Law overturned a massive Labour majority of 19,000 in Blaenau Gwent. And in Bethnal Green, the leader of the anti-war Respect coalition, George Galloway, ousted one of Labour's loyalists, Una King. James Westhead is there now. James?
Darren, this was one of the most high-profile and bitter battles of the election, and it's turned into one of Labour's most high-profile defeats, an explosive cocktail of anti-war feeling and a maverick former Labour MP. Extraordinary scenes in an extraordinary election. Sheer jubilation as Tony Blair's most virulent critic wins an historic victory. George Galloway overturned a huge Labour majority, his anti-war stance and fierce local campaign winning in a constituency where almost half voters are Muslim.
It was a great victory. It was a good fight and a great victory.
What's your message for Tony Blair?
Respect! He should go. He should go. Tony Blair has led his party into the deepest swamp. And worse than that, he's led our country into that deepest swamp.
Declaration of the result of the parliamentary election for the Bethnal Green and Bow constituency.
The result, a bitter defeat for Una King, a loyal supporter of Tony Blair, who lost by just over 800 votes.
I declare that George Galloway is duly elected a Member of Parliament for Bethnal Green.
Celebrations into the early hours for supporters of George Galloway's party Respect, and the end of what has been a bad-tempered and acrimonious campaign. In the cold light of morning, voters could reflect on their new MP.
Why did you vote for George Galloway?
Because he didn't support the war in Iraq and Una King did.
I wonder how much he is playing on the sensitivities of the people in the area, or whether he's just going on a bandwagon.
But he is back where he wants to be, at the centre of attention and back in Parliament.
Yes, I will.
The one thing we can say for sure about George Galloway is that he won't be sitting quietly on the back benches for the next 4 years. But the big question is just how much of a thorn in the side of Labour and Tony Blair will he prove to be? Darren.
James, thank you. And counting in Northern Ireland's 18 parliamentary constituencies didn't start until 9 o'clock this morning. The first results are expected in the next few hours. Well, let's talk again to Andrew Marr, who's in Downing Street. Andrew, give us your assessment in terms of the wider picture as to how each party has done.
Well, I think the first and most important thing to say is that we do not have the same kind of government today that we had a few weeks ago. With a majority so reduced, Tony Blair's freedom for action, his ability to do what he wants to do is greatly constrained, and probably his time in office is a bit constrained as well. He is going to have to act as a much more conventional Prime Minister. He's been able to do more or less what he'd wanted in many ways across domestic policy. Now he's going to have to negotiate a great deal more, not least with Gordon Brown and many of his erstwhile critics in the party. I don't think he'll enjoy that very much. I don't think that's the kind of leader he has been or enjoys being. And I think that we will see, probably before the end of the year, much more clearly that he will go at some point in the middle of this Parliament, perhaps within 18 months or so, and try and effect a smooth transition. So that's a dramatic change. For the Conservatives, another dramatic change, like William Hague. They're going to have to choose a new leader. The big question for them is where are they going to go to get those large numbers of middle-of-the-road voters that for so long they've been unable to reach. But perhaps the single most interesting aspect of all of this is that we do now live in three-party politics. It's not simply the large number, relatively large number of Liberal Democrat MPs. It's also all the places where the Liberal Democrats are now second, challenging both of the other parties. Makes life difficult for them, but it makes our electoral system more mobile, more unpredictable, and in many respects more dangerous for all the parties.
Andrew, thank you. Now, a brief look at the rest of the day's news. And police in South Wales have charged a 64-year-old grandmother with concealing the birth of a child. Anne Mahoney was arrested after the body of a baby was discovered in a house in Merthyr Tydfil. The telecoms giant Marconi says it's cutting 800 jobs in the UK after losing out on a major contract with BT. Most of the losses will be at the company's plants in Liverpool and Coventry. The American officer in charge of Iraq's Abu Ghraib jail at the time of the prisoner abuse scandal has been demoted by President Bush. Brigadier General Janice Karpinski was found guilty of dereliction of duty by an army investigation. She's the only senior officer to be disciplined so far. The first defence witnesses in Michael Jackson's child abuse trial in California have told the jury the pop star never molested them. Wade Robson, a choreographer, admitted to sharing a bed with the singer when he was younger, but denied any abuse took place. Jackson denies all the charges. Well, let's get a check on all the weekend weather now. Here's Darren Bett. Darren.
Thanks very much, Darren. We start this afternoon with some warm sunshine across many parts of the country, but just look out to the west. All this cloud here is going to spoil things a bit for some of us, already taking a bit of light and patchy rain into Northern Ireland. That'll push across the Irish Sea into northwest England and Wales. Ahead of that, though, we should hang on to some sunshine. 1 or 2 showers dotted about, mostly, I think, for Scotland. Here it will feel a bit chilly in the wind, but in the sunshine across the south and east, 15 or 16 should feel quite pleasant. There'll be another spell of wet weather this evening for Northern Ireland. It's probably a bit heavier this time. That rain again crossing the Irish Sea, heading into England and Wales, but clearing the southeast later in the night. And probably not too much rain across the south of England and South Wales, but here it could be a bit windy for a time tonight. And further north, the wind will continue to feed in a few showers across the north and west of Scotland. This is how we start then Saturday morning. We'll have those showers also feeding in across the Irish Sea towards the Midlands, but through the day we'll develop a bit more cloud. We'll develop a few more showers around as well, some of them heavy, maybe even wintry over the tops of the mountains in Scotland, so a bit colder this weekend. Perhaps the best of the sunshine for South Wales and the southwest of England. 16, 17 should feel quite good, but a bit chilly further north with the wind blowing as well. Similar sort of picture for Sunday. Again, most of the showers in the north and the east, the best of the weather in the southwest. That's it. Back to you, Darren.
Darren, thank you. Now at 1:30, a reminder of our top story. Labour has won an historic third term in power, but with a slashed majority. In the past hour, Michael Howard said he'll stand down as Conservative leader before the next election. Charles Kennedy said the Liberal Democrat vote had seen the birth of three-party politics. And surrounded by his family outside number 10, Tony Blair said it was a tremendous honour and privilege to be re-elected, and he had listened to the people of Britain. Let's now join the BBC's news teams across the United Kingdom.
Good afternoon and welcome to BBC London News. It was a night when Labour got a bloody nose in the capital and the Tories managed to claw back some seats. In and around London, Labour suffered a net loss of 12 seats compared to 2001. The Tories gained 9 new MPs. The Lib Dems have 2 more than the last election. And the Respect Party, George Galloway, of course, won 1. The political map for this part of the world now looks like this. And you can see the details of all results on our election ticker throughout the programme at the bottom of your screen. But first, our political editor Tim Donovan on how the capital's political landscape has changed.
Justin Greening, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,000.
A smile to match the size of the swing to her, the Conservatives winning Putney began a night when they did better than expected.
We're no willing to tolerate a government that raises taxes but does not deliver on improved public services. And we're no longer willing to tolerate a government that is simply not straight with people on issues of national importance.
They won in Hammersmith and Fulham too, even if that didn't quite justify the claim of the Tory victor there.
It shows that Conservatives are back in business in inner cities.
Michael Portillo, beaten memorably by this man back in 1997, had been one of those pessimistic about Conservative chances. He proved wrong in his old seat, Stephen Twigg becoming the biggest Tory scalp in the capital.
It is a sad night for me. I have enjoyed very much being the local Member of Parliament here. I think there will be many political lessons to be learnt from the pattern of results across the country.
Everywhere you looked, evidence of Labour punished over the war, the loss of Bethnal Green, a huge setback. The Liberal Democrats, as expected, enjoyed big spoils from the war's effect. Sarah Tether's extension of her majority in Brent East, arguably more spectacular than her original by-election win here.
This pattern of Liberal Democrat gains is being represented across the whole country this evening, and it demonstrates that the Liberal Democrats are the real alternative to Labour.
In Islington South, the Lib Dems came within just 400 votes of winning, and in Hornsey and Wood Green they did win, dissolving a 10,000 Labour majority and dispatching former Home Office Minister Barbara Roach. But across London as a whole, it could have been much worse for Labour. While the Tories won back suburban seats like Croydon Central and Ilford North, they failed to take key targets like Enfield North and Margaret Thatcher's old seat, Finchley and Golders Green. A better night for London Conservatives than Conservatives elsewhere in the country, but still only the beginning of a fight back.
Well, let's take a look at one seat in particular now, because the Conservative Party now has its first black MP. He's Adam Afriyie, a millionaire who made his money in computers. He won the seat of Windsor last night and secured a majority of around 10,000. Sarah Harris has been to meet him.
Windsor, where the pace of life can be slow, not the kind of place associated with any kind of change, let alone altering the course of Conservative Party history. But the people of this royal town have elected as their MP 39-year-old half Ghanaian computer millionaire Adam Afriyie, who was brought up in Peckham.
I think when you come from an ordinary background, you're determined to make something of yourself. So I worked hard through school, worked hard through university, got to grammar school, worked hard through university, and then set up my own businesses and worked hard through that process. We've knocked on about 35,000 doors, and I've personally spoken with about 4,000 people, and I'm delighted to be here. It's a beautiful area, it's great to be a resident, and I'm looking forward to representing the interests of people in Windsor.
Those residents include Her Majesty the Queen. Ascot Racecourse, Legoland and parts of Slough fall within the constituency. The big local issue, aircraft noise. The new MP doesn't see race as an issue, so why has it taken the Conservatives so long? The first black Labour MPs were elected almost 20 years ago. Diane Abbott, Paul Boateng and Bernie Grant were all welcomed into Parliament back in 1987. But the first Asian MP was a Liberal, and that was more than 100 years ago. Kiki's been Adam Afriyie's tailor for the last 10 years. The Windsor resident says he'll make an immediate impact in the Commons.
I think he's the best dressed MP in the House, without a doubt. I've seen some of the other ones, and I think some of them could do with some help.
But not everyone's impressed by the new elected member for Windsor.
What Adam really represents is the City of London and his own interests.
It may be a quiet kind of place most of the time, but representing Windsor's not going to be dull. Sarah Harris, BBC London News.
Now it's to be a defining moment for Labour. A bitter blow to Tony Blair as his party lost Bethnal Green and Bow to the anti-war party Respect and its leader George Galloway. Gareth Furby.
I declare that George Galloway is duly elected a Member of Parliament for Bethnal Green and Bow.
Well, Gareth Furby, who's been following the candidates throughout the campaign, reports now on the battle for Bethnal Green.
My name is George Galloway, and I'm standing for some respect.
He said I'm gonna buy a gun and start a war. If you can tell me something worth fighting for.
Of course, George Galloway came to the East End preaching peace.
Very nice to see you.
And armed only with words. But they were carefully aimed.
The slaughter of 100,000 people in Iraq. She says she would do the same all over again.
His target was Labour's Una King, who supported the war. And his strategy, to rally voters who disagreed with her.
Remember the liar and the killer, Tony Blair.
Respect, only respect.
Respect is the only party now that has actually listened to the local common people. I'm very much against what happened in Iraq.
I'm fighting for you. I guarantee you will be heard.
I will vote Respect Party.
Why?
Because they are against the war.
But for some others, this was a controversial hand to play.
Why is he coming here pretending he's a Muslim? He just wants the votes, isn't it?
We don't want any opportunists to come and exploit us and use us for his political goal. He's been kicked out from Labour Party. He should fight to go into Labour Party, not to using us.
After one election meeting, this happened. Fighting on the streets. Inside the hall, George Galloway had been left intimidated by a group of fundamentalists opposed to any voting at all.
And we know where you are.
Have you come here just to be aggressive?
But I'm feeling very threatened by your behaviour.
In Brick Lane, Una King was given a police escort as Respect supporters turned out in force. Earlier, she'd been pelted with eggs, although it's not clear who was responsible. So both candidates met at Bethnal Green Police Station.
It's been really good. First class.
To try to bring some peace to the campaign. But they weren't making friendly gestures for long.
This is the leaflet for the mainly Muslim areas. The word Muslim is printed 13 times, but in the what we might now call the white leaflet, there are precisely none.
I thought, George, it was meant to be peace between you two now.
Well, the truth is that the personal attacks from Una King have not stopped, but this attack is political, not personal.
And then there was this from the Labour camp. Una King meeting a pensioner who believed he'd been attacked by a Respect supporter.
I just wanted to say again how terribly sorry I am. What have they done here on this side of your face?
It's here?
Yeah.
Oh no, they knocked me down.
Both sides insisted they'd done nothing wrong. But caught in the middle and largely ignored by the media were the other parties, with frustration showing here for the Tory candidate.
Respect is dividing the Muslims. No.
And here for the Liberal Democrat, as all parties came together for a debate on Bangla TV. These scenes recorded when the studio pictures were not being broadcast.
I've actually fought elections for 30 years and you are the worst candidate.
Okay, stand by, please. That's fine. You are the worst politician in this Britain, and you will get punishment for it.
If you can tell me something worth fighting for.
The night before the vote, Respect held a rally at a cinema in the constituency. George Galloway received here as a conquering hero. And now that is how the constituents who voted for him may see this ex-Labour MP, now Respect MP, after an election result that has made history.
Gareth Thurby there. So that's our election roundup for now. Let's find out what the weather's got in store for us with Peter Cockcroft.
Thanks, Assad. Another pretty good weekend coming up, but not quite as warm as it was last weekend. Feeling quite warm up here on the roof at the moment. Plenty of sunshine, but I think as the afternoon wears on, we're going to see more and more cloud in that sky. And this evening, some rain coming along, probably not arriving until after dark. And then most of it's going to be to the north of London. In fact, it'll clear away overnight. And then once it's out of the way, skies will start to clear away. Skies will start to clear, I should say. And the wind will swing into the northwest and become quite blustery. Of course, that means the air's going to be well mixed, so it shouldn't be too chilly tonight. In fact, lowest temperatures over the next few nights, 4 or 5 Celsius in the countryside. So in the morning, more and more sunshine appearing, but by the afternoon we might have a few light showers. One of those could turn up at Stamford Bridge for the Chelsea-Charlton match. Of course, Chelsea get their hands on the Premiership trophy tomorrow, and we'll bring you all of that on our digital radio station. On our FM radio station on Sunday, we'll be covering the VE Day concert in Trafalgar Square. That's also on BBC One, and the weather is looking pretty good for that. In fact, quite a bit of sunshine around first thing in the day on Sunday, but as the day goes on, I think we're going to see more and more cloud, and once again the odd light shower. But having said that, I think most of us are going to end up with a dry weekend. Back to you, Assad.
Pete, thanks very much for that. Well, that's about all from me this Friday lunchtime. Emily Maitlis will be here with our main programme at 6:30 tonight. Hope you can join us then. But for now, from the lunchtime team, do have a very good afternoon. Bye-bye.
And coming up next on BBC One, Sky hits a raw nerve with Paul in Neighbours.